Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends from around the world, thank you very much indeed. Please could I ask you to take your seats? We'll be starting in just 1 minute's time. Thank you very much. Okay, let's begin. Welcome back to day three of this incredible event. Thank you.
Hörmətli iştirakçılar, inanılmaz tədbirin 3-cü gününə xoş gəlmisiniz. Təşəkkür edirik ki, siz səbirli olaraq tədbirimizin 3-cü gününə təşrif buyurdunuz. Təbii ki, hamını vaxtında toplamaq bir bala qəşətindir. Səbrinizə görə təşəkkür edirəm. Bugün əvvəlki 2 gündə olduğu kimi tədbirimizdə çox maraqlı çıxışlar və olduqca samballı qonaqlarımız olacaqdır. Başlamaq üçün çox məzəli lətifələrim də var, amma vaxta qənaət etmək üçün bir başa olaraq proqrama keçmək istərdim. Böyük şərəf hissi ilə bu səhər sessiyasını çox məxsusi bir video müraciətlə başlayacaq. Kuala Lumpur'un meri Maymuna xanım Şərifin müraciəti ilə başlayacaq. Maymuna Şərif, Kuala Lumpur şəhərinin meri, Zat Aliyev,
President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Honorable Ana Guliyev, Chairman of the State Committee of Urban Planning and Architecture, Madam Executive Director, Ms. Ana Claudia Rosbach, Honorable Mayors, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sabahınız xeyir olsun. Hər vaxtınız xeyir. Böyük şərəf hissi ilə sizə 3-cü Azərbaycan Milli Şəhər Salma Forumunda müraciət edirəm və Azərbaycan hökumətini və Azərbaycan Respublikasının Dövlət Şəhər Salma və Arxitektura Komitəsini və BMT-nin məskunlaşma proqramını bu olduqca anlamlı platformanın dayanıqlı mövzuya, şəhər salma mövzusuna əsr olunmuş bu forumun, platformanın keçirilməsi münasibəti ilə təbrik edirəm. Ürəyimə çox yaxın olan mövzudur. Azərbaycanda bu şəhər salma forumu ilə bağlı olaraq ilk təklif mənim zamanında BMT-nin məskunlaşma proqramının direktoru olduğum zamanı da təşəbbüs olaraq irəli sürdüyümüz bir fikir artıq gerçəkləşir. Tərəfdaşlarımızı, hökumətləri, merləri və bu sahədə fəaliyyəti olan tərəfləri bir araya gətirmək həqiqətən də təqdirə layiqdir. Həmçində Azərbaycanı təqdim etmək istərdim. Regionda bu mövzunu ön plana çıxardıqları üçün, onu təbliğ etdikləri və təşviq etdikləri üçün iqlimə dayanıqlı, iqlim dəyişikliklərinə müqavimət göstərə biləcək, dayana biləcək şəhərlərin formalaşması olduqca önəmlidir və Kuala Lumpur şəhərinin meri olaraq mən sizə bəri başdan da deyə bilərəm ki, şəhərlər və icmalar iqlim dəyişikliyi ilə bağlı olan inanılmaz təsirlə üzləşirlər. İctimai səhiyyə və bu məsələlər arasındadır. İqlim dəyişikliyi, enerji məsələləri, transformasiya tələb edən məsələlərdir. Azərbaycanın irəli sürdüyü təşəbbüs, həmçində çox sektorlu yanaşma məhz dayanıqlıdır və davamlı müqavimədir.
Global synergy in action. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in Kuala Lumpur, our local plan 2040 sets the direction for a city that is inclusive, green, and climate smart. We are expanding public transport networks, creating 254 kilometers of green and blue connectors, and enhancing access to affordable and resilient housing. Our focus is not only to make the city more livable, but we want a lovable capital city as well. This is where people, nature, and innovation coexist in harmony. But no city can act alone. The success of this forum, and indeed the D8 high-level climate and urban dialogue, reminds us that our strength lies in partnership. Regional collaboration between ASEAN, ECO, and D8 member states will be essential to shape shared solutions for sustainable housing, mobility, and green infrastructure. In our case, Kuala Lumpur hosted its first COP town hall on the sidelines of the ASEAN Governors and Mayors Forum in August this year. All ASEAN capital cities have also agreed to advance the zero waste policy and zero waste living as part of the Kuala Lumpur Declaration. I strongly urge National Urban Forum Azerbaijan and Baku to carry out the first COP town hall session for this region. As we know, when it comes to this region, Baku leads the way. As we look ahead to the 13th session of the World Urban Forum in 2026, let us use National Urban Forum Azerbaijan as a bridge, connecting local innovations to global commitments and turning policy into tangible progress for our communities. Once again, I thank our Azerbaijani hosts for their vision and friendship. May this forum continue to inspire new pathways towards cities that are not only sustainable and resilient, but also peaceful, inclusive, and that leave no one behind. For now, think boldly and act with purpose, because cities that dare to be different are the ones that truly inspire change. Thank you.
Baku leading the way indeed. Thank you very much indeed there to the Mayor of Kuala Lumpur. And now we will begin our first session of the day. This is panel session 7, and it is entitled Climate Resilient and Healthy Cities. And to moderate this session, I'd like to welcome to the stage the Inter-Regional Advisor for UN Habitat, Ms. Katja Schäfer.
Salam Baku, Excellencies, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Mayors, colleagues, friends of urbanization. It is a great pleasure to start this morning with the discussion on healthy and climate resilient cities, which I'm moderating. And coming out, in fact, from Baku's COP29 last year, we have a clear mandate to translate national climate ambitions into neighborhood results. And this means cleaner air, cooler streets, safer homes, and healthier people. And looking ahead to the World Urban Forum 13th session next year, the theme is housing. And today's panel is about moving from those global pledges to projects and from pilots to scale. We have a very distinguished panel this morning, and I would like to briefly introduce the panelists, and as I do so, ask them kindly to come to the podium and find their seat. We have Mrs. Umaya Tagiyeva. She is the Deputy Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Azerbaijan. I would like to kindly ask to come on stage. Thank you. We have Honorable Minister of Construction and Infrastructure of the Maldives, Mr. Abdallah Muthafaib. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Be welcome on stage. I would like to also kindly invite my colleague Kurt Carrigan, the Chief of Sustainable Urban Development Section at the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. And further, I would like to invite Amos Brandeis. He's an urban and regional planning expert. Thank you very much. And as I think, can I see, is there another seat left for me? Yes, okay, thank you. And without further ado, I would like to invite actually Ms. Tagieva, who is our host here in Azerbaijan and Baku, to share her experiences actually on adapting cities and urban infrastructures to climate change, and particularly looking at the foresighting and forecasting element in reducing disaster risks through early warning systems. And I would like to kindly ask you to share your experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues and friends. May I ask about my presentation? I didn't see on screen. Yeah, thank you. It is an honor to have an opportunity to take part in this panel discussion on climate change resilience in the cities. As you know, cities are complex environments. They are all part of our economy and community come together. Urbanization has often associated with the pressure on nature and the ecosystem. At the same time, cities are also vulnerable to impact of climate change. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6th Assessment Report underlines the rising risk at the cities face: more frequent heat waves, flooding, water scarcity, and damage to infrastructure. May I ask about next slide? Next slide, please. The IPCC is, oh, thank you so much. Which one? Okay, thank you. The IPCC is currently in its 7th assessment cycle, which will include a special report on climate change and cities. This report outlines the impact of risks such as economic and non-economic losses and damages, including the climate extreme, urban overheating, air pollution, flooding risk management, disaster risk reduction, risk modeling, and others. As you see from the screen, assessment of the vulnerability index for Azerbaijan was conducted in frame of preparation the initial national adaptation plan, which was submitted to the Secretariat of the United Framework Climate Change Convention last year during the COP29. Key risks in national level were identified, and just some statistics. During the past 10 years, floods events increased more than 80 times in Azerbaijan. Duration of droughts increased 18%. The number of days with the temperature above 30 degrees increased 6 times. Forest fire increased 5 times. Strong winds exceed 25 meters per second increased 12 times. Rainfall events increased 6 times. It means really we need to have the very strong early warning system in place. The amount of water entering the country has decreased by 30%. Let me give one example. This year, in April, they observed in Baku rainfall in one day. Precipitation amount exceed average 3 months norm, and unfortunately, it resulted death of 2 people. Another example, on 18 January 2019, during strong wind, 40 meters per second, resulted in damage to infrastructure in Baku. After timely warning, the government decided to stop education at school in risky days. As you see from the screen, the roof of the school fell during the time frame when school children usually go out. Coordinated efforts between the government institutions to prevent possible life losses at that time. Colleagues, heat waves are determined one of the main climate risks by IPCC. Taking into account all climate-related risks and challenges, adaptation plays a key role in ensuring the resilience of cities and communities. Taking into account the serious problem related to climate factors, they closely collaborate with the Ministry of Health to assess the possible risk to human health linked to extreme temperature. Another funding from the National Adaptation Plan is correlation between maximum air temperature and all-case mortality in Baku city. As you know, in general, comfort temperature for human health is between 24-28 degrees. The table shows that mortality rate sharply increased when maximum air temperature exceeds 36 degrees. Early warning is an important instrument which allows to reduce those risks. Guided by observation, research science, and relevant action, they can address possible consequences of climate change. I am sure that early warning is effective adaptation measure, because adaptation is not abstract thinking about what can be done. Adaptation requires specific action which must be taken before, during, and after. I would like to share with you another example from our initial national adaptation plan. The special attention was paid to assessment of impact of heat waves in the big cities of Azerbaijan. And here I present just two examples, Shiki and Baku city. For last decades, heat waves increased significantly in those cities. And as you know, population in the cities is most vulnerable to heat waves. This table shows how they reduce possible impacts from timely warnings. With coordination of Ministry of Ecology, the Institute of Geography, and the Ministry of Health, they conducted joint research, development of methodology for medical meteorological forecast and warnings. During the hot period, by application of these tools, the early warnings on heat waves made it possible to significantly reduce the number of ambulance calls with the diagnosis of heat and sunstroke. In graph, you can clearly see the difference. Despite the fact that number of hot days increased for last decades, the number of ambulance calls significantly decreased compared to the period without special warnings of the population. Rising awareness, sharing information with population following the warnings news, including the health recommendation by doctors distributed in the media to have effective result. A cornerstone of city resilience, as emphasized in sixth assessment report of IPCC, is development and deployment of early warning system. Timely, reliable, and accessible early warning for climate hazards can dramatically reduce loss of life, damage of properties, and disruption to services, especially for vulnerable urban population. According to the World Meteorological Organization, damage from disaster risk can be reduced by 30% if an early warning is issued within 24 hours. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres initiated important initiatives, early warning for all, including that no one should be left behind. By focusing on green, inclusive, people-centered, and resilient development, the cities can shift from vulnerable to key actors on climate action. First pillars for early warnings to ensure modernization of hydrometeorological observation network. Our target is to create early warning up to 2027 as effective adaptation measure. Significant action is taken by government to invest in the modernization of monitoring system. Azerbaijan has enough dense meteorological observation system. But for the last 5 years, the 73% of those systems are already being automated and equipped with modern technologies such as Doppler radars. All information from automated station are integrated to the situation center. They often organize the open day for students, school children, and public, which we believe help us to build trust between us and community. But as they noted, it is only the first pillar of early warning system. There are several other targets need to be achieved. Therefore, in cooperation with UNEP and Green Climate Fund, they're planning to implement big project on strengthening climate information and multi-hazard early warning system for increasing resilience in Azerbaijan. They overcome several stages from preparation of project proposal to approval by Green Climate Fund. This pathway took from approximately 7 years. It was a long way and hard work to conclude, but climate risk do not wait for such long period. For developing countries, it is important to access climate funds, especially on meeting their adaptation needs. They believe that SCUPA agreed at COP29 will open the window for vulnerable countries reaching their adaptation goal as well. In this regard, I must say the COP29 presidency recognized the vital role of the cities can play across climate resilience and development. They provide platform for international cooperation and discussion on early warning at COP29. One of them, Early Warning for All, high-level event at Leaders Summit, was implemented on 13 November 2024. This convened by UN Secretary General. Next one, high-level event on strengthening climate information and multi-hazard early warning system for increased resilience on 16 November 2004, organized by COP29 presidency in partnership with Global UN Team on Early Warning. At the same time, COP29 presidency launched the MAP Declaration for Resilience and Healthy Cities. This has been signed by over 50 governments and over 100 cities. Finally, building climate resilient cities is not just an adaptation imperative. It is also the path to safer, healthy, and more equitable urban future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tagieva, for sharing actually Azerbaijan's contribution to the global discussion, the adaptation to the national level and the moving forward to the local level, and placing people at the center. I think that is very important. And as you said, climate risks do not wait. And it is a rather challenging, maybe, question to introduce actually our esteemed minister from the Maldives. But I do see actually a strong link for the region, and I will maybe suggest this after your presentation, and would like to ask you to kindly share your experience from the Maldives when it comes to how you perceive, you assess, but also respond to the climate risks in placing urbanization, cities and communities at the center of this discussion. If we can talk about cities in your context, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to present my case in regarding the adaptation and cities, because Maldives is unique. Maldives is very different to other countries where we are trying to adapt to the climate change and the effects of it. So I just wanted to use this presentation to present this unique case of Maldives, where we how we are trying to address this climate change and the effects of it. First of all, let me give you the context of Maldives. Maldives is a nation of over 1,200 islands, of which 187 islands are inhabited. Around 200 islands are developed as resorts. And the total population, resident population, is just over 500,000. Settlement patterns are highly dispersed. We have 40 islands that has less than 500 residents, 72 islands house between 500 and 1,000 residents, and 70 islands between 1,000 and 5,000. Only 5 islands have population exceeding 5,000 and 3 exceeding 10,000 residents. This uneven distribution has led to significant population consolidation to the capital city, Male, which alone is home to 41% of total resident population. Internal migration remains a defining trend, with nearly 46% of Maldivians are living as migrants away from their islands. Basically, most of them are living in the capital city. The urgency of climate adaptation in the Maldives is undeniable. Rising sea level, coastal erosion, saltwater intrusion, and increasingly unpredictable weather pattern threatens very existence of many islands. For a nation of 187 inhabited islands, the economic and logistical cost of providing coastal protection, infrastructure, and essential services to each island is immense and unsustainable in the long term. As climate impacts incentivize maintaining schools, health centers, harbors, and utilities across widely dispersed Maldives population places a growing strain on public services, infrastructure, and national economy. These realities demand shift from reactive protection towards strategic adaptation and consolidation, focusing resources where communities can live safely, access opportunities, and thrive sustainably. The Maldives is embracing a voluntary and strategic relocation approach, promoting urban clustering as a pathway to resilience. The goal is to develop resource efficient, economically viable, and climate resilient urban centers that can provide equitable access to services and opportunities. This approach is embedded in the National Development Plan and aligns closely with the nation's broader climate resilient development strategies, ensuring that adaptation is not only about protection, but also about creating sustainable and thriving communities for the future. In this regard, Maldives is trying to develop urban centers and cities where population can consolidate to a safer and more sustainable manner. The development of Rasmal, spanning over 1,000 hectares, embodied the vision of sustainable, climate resilient, and safe city for the Maldives. Strategically located close to Male, the main international airport and the high-end many resorts, Rasmal is envisioned as an economic hub offering new livelihood opportunities and modern infrastructure designed around principles of sustainability, renewable energy, and smart urban planning and social inclusion. It aims to provide a secure and prosperous future for the Maldives, whose lives are increasingly threatened by climate change. This initiative supports the country's commitment to SDGs and long-term climate adaptation goals, turning vulnerability into resilience and opportunity. The main difficulty we have Maldives is financing the adaptation and consolidation. We know the consolidation is the way that we can adapt. Without population consolidation, Maldives is unable to fund the adaptation of all 187 islands. That means we have to relocate population to a larger, more livable, safer islands where we can sustain the public services and provide the opportunities to the population. In that regard, the consolidation is not only something that we need for economic purpose, but it is something that is required for our survival, both economically and ecologically. So the main cost drivers of urban centers is consolidation. The climate adaptation includes infrastructure development, housing, and community relocation. To meet these financial needs, Maldives is exploring its diverse financial resources, including climate funds, public-private partnership, blue and green bonds, and support from the development financing institution. Leveraging these mechanisms will be crucial to ensure long-term sustainability, resilience, and economic viability of adaptation initiatives. In that context, I would like to end my presentation saying that the Maldives stands as a front line of climate crisis, where rising sea level threatens homes, livelihoods, and entire communities. To ensure a safe and sustainable future, we urgently need access to finance to relocate smaller communities in the small islands to the larger sustainable cities and urban centers. Because providing shore protection, providing infrastructures for these small communities is extremely expensive. Maldives spends all 100% of our revenue on recurrent costs. Any investment we make in housing or infrastructure or anything else is usually through debt financing. In that regard, it's very, very difficult economically to sustain this in the long run. And that is why, as a climate adaptation is an important thing for Maldives, we need these climate adaptation funds to relocate the population to a more sustainable, larger islands where we can have a smaller number of islands which we can sustain and then have a thriving economy. At the moment, almost all the income we generate are spent to sustain these islands, and it is in the long run, it is not sustainable for us. And that's why we urge international communities to help us to fund relocation as an adaptation measure, and that is what Maldives is going to argue in the coming years to help us to fund relocation as an adaptation measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for sharing this experience from the Maldives. And indeed, I can see that because the challenge is so huge, you are actually looking also at innovative practices by placing the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, at the center of new planning, but at the same time calling really for support in retrofitting and preparing your communities for adaptation. I think that is a very strong call for action. And our colleague, Kurt Kerrigan, who is actually working in your region, I would like to ask him actually to share his perspective actually from the Economic Commission in Asia Pacific on this national to local dimension of the climate action. And I would like to ask you kindly, Kurt, to share your perspective and the different strategies that at local level can be implemented. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Katya, and I have a presentation that I'll deliver. But first, while I'm waiting for the presentation, I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting SCAP, including us in this impressive forum. We look forward to being back at the World Urban Forum, but also the next SCAP Commission session will be held here in Baku next April as well. So let me talk a little bit about what SCAP is working on and how we're trying to facilitate local climate action in the context of increasing urbanization and the associated challenges. And you see here in the slide some of the background, and I think we all know the challenges that cities are facing. You've heard about them over the last several days as well. In the Asia-Pacific region, we're facing significant rates of urbanization. Cities are really focused on constituent services and local actions, while national governments are really responsible for climate strategies. But there is the opportunity to facilitate those local climate actions within this context. The main opportunities really fall into the alignment and the development of coherence between national climate strategies and local actions and development. As cities are managing their growth, how do they also align with nationally determined contributions and national adaptation plans? How do you integrate different sectors that are very active at the local level in multi-level governance? How do you strengthen climate finance and enable cities to invest in the infrastructure that is needed both to manage the growth, but also to develop in such a low carbon manner? It requires support and strategic planning. And one of the fundamental elements is really the alignment and the coherence between national urban policies and local actions. So it's not just the climate policies, it's really the enabling environment that national urban policies facilitate. So leveraging local solutions, as you've heard over the last couple of days, is especially important. And then SCAP and other regional institutions are promoting regional cooperation to kind of share examples and best practices. So there are some studies, and UN Habitat has done an analysis of all of the nationally determined contributions across the world and clustered them into low or no urban content in nationally determined contributions, moderate urban content, and strong urban content. And what that really means is how are local actions incorporated in the development of the national climate strategies and those climate ambitions. Here you see Azerbaijan's assessment. And while Azerbaijan has only 0.11% of global greenhouse gas emissions, it has emerged as one of the true climate champions. It is in the top third of climate vulnerabilities, and you saw some of that in the Deputy Minister's presentation just this morning. So while Azerbaijan has committed to and raised its ambition level to 40% reduction by 2050, that is quite ambitious. How local authorities and local actions can help to deliver against those targets is one of the key objectives. And this is the case in all countries across the region and the world. But what it comes down to is how do you integrate those different sectors and how do you strengthen the multi-level governance to allow and to build and to co-design and co-implement those solutions. So it requires not just regional cooperation from the top, but national level really as the champion. And you saw some of the initiatives emerging from the COP29 presidency that really highlighted the opportunities for cities to really help deliver against those national targets. There are subnational opportunities, and this varies according to country, whether it's a federal system, centralized system, or the levels of decentralization and what cities are enabled to do. And then obviously the city level action through master planning, development plans, developing mobility plans in alignment with nationally determined contributions, and all of the sectoral initiatives that cities and local authorities deal with every day. So it includes all of these different stakeholders. Obviously, the minister level cooperation and the coalition building establishes the coherence between national and local policies. City networks are important in establishing peer learning platforms. Academia is important for research and informing decision-making. We have civil society, obviously, is very important in co-developing and implementing solutions, and then NGOs. But there are many others, private sector and other sectoral initiatives. But it's really bringing all of these together to co-design the solutions from the beginning. The challenge always comes down to how do you finance? And so it's not only identifying actions that could help deliver against targets, it's establishing the enabling environment at both the national and local level that allow the implementation, that facilitate the implementation. So SCUPA has developed two tools through a project called Urban Act. One that assesses national conditions, enabling environments, and one at subnational level. And you need to do both. It's not sufficient to have a very good national urban policy that allows city governments to do things without also identifying the obstacles or the challenges at the local level, and vice versa. So this is where you identify the obstacles and the challenges and the opportunities for financing. And you heard from the Maldives some of those climate finance mechanisms, whether it be green bonds, public-private partnerships, carbon pricing, or other. We really see that there are four main strategic planning areas for all cities, regardless of their starting point, to take local climate action. It's an efficient land use planning, and that was one of the areas that you saw in the Azerbaijan nationally determined contributions assessment. Green buildings and housing projects where there is significant energy demand, sustainable urban mobility, and that is especially important in other subregions of Asia Pacific, where congestion and traffic is perhaps more challenging. And then waste management opportunities as well, which was also incorporated into Azerbaijan's NDC. So climate policy at both the local and national level, the coherence in those climate policies, the vertical and horizontal cooperation as the key step to ensure that those policies align and facilitate implementation, strong levels of data and data collection and informing policies and projects through robust data. And those three steps hopefully will lead and open up financing opportunities. We're also working on a regional initiative to translate nationally determined contributions to the city level. We call it NDC Urban, and it's really to support countries to really take those steps to increase the ambition levels of NDCs by incorporating local actions. And we hope to introduce and have more consultations on that in the future, including up to the next Commission session here in Baku next April. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kurt, for these very practical, actually, suggestions to move from the global commitments using national policies, but also to local action, and especially focusing on the enabling frameworks that potentially, you know, could unlock financial opportunities. I look here particularly at your statement related to the publication on tools to empower citizens to drive climate action. Cities doesn't necessarily always only mean the mayors and his executive bodies. It means actually all. And I think that is where the local level really does need strategies and action plans where every single stakeholder that you also mentioned plays an important role. And by saying this, I would like to actually move to our last but not least speaker, Amos Brandeis. You have a lot of experience of cross-border cooperation, in fact, particularly on the source of life, which is water. And I would like to maybe invite you to share some of your experiences when it comes to especially, you know, cross-border river work. And you also I think have a good experience in being very implementation oriented. So we are looking forward to your contribution to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. And thank you so much for inviting me to this excellent conference, which is actually about collaboration. I will talk about cross-border collaboration for sustainable urban management and river restoration. I'm an owner of a private planning firm, urban planning firm. Water is everywhere. All cities were built along waterways or a coast or an ocean, sea or lake. We are in Baku, so I chose the letter B, which is actually one of the easiest ones. You can see here on each continent a city which is on water, most of them on rivers. Baku, of course, Boston, North America, Brisbane in Australia, Barcelona in Europe, Bamako in Mali, Africa, or Buenos Aires in South America, and we could choose any letter to find more and more cities. The very complex relationships between urban planning and water has actually structured and influenced throughout history the development of metropolitan areas, cities, towns, rural areas, villages and neighborhoods, and actually everywhere where we live. River basins share similar opportunities and challenges regardless of their scale, location, or characteristics, while the urban areas usually occupy just a very small fraction of the river basin, yet they experience most of its benefits and also most of its damage when there are floods or pollution problems. Just 3 examples. This is where one is where I live, near Tel Aviv. This is, in Israeli terms, quite a big river basin. It's 1,800 square kilometers. The next one is here, is 100 times larger. It's the Kura Aras River Basin. And the third one, where I was also involved in planning, is the Yangtze River Basin, which is 1,000 times larger. It's the largest city is Wuhan, where the COVID came from, but it's a small city of over 20 million people, which you can see is a very, very small part of the huge river basin. All rivers, of course, flow from upstream to downstream, and all of them are actually cross boundaries. They can be boundaries of continents, of countries, and or municipal borders. On the left side, we see the example from here. Azerbaijan, 70% of the area of Azerbaijan is in the Kura Aras basin, but actually the river starts in Turkey, goes through Georgia, Armenia, then into Azerbaijan, and there's also a part of the Aras which is in Iran. Now, Baku is downstream and many other cities are downstream. On the right side, we see an example of a river basin I work on in Israel and near the city of Haifa. It starts where the great part is actually starts from the Palestinian side. And then on the Israeli side, we have only 44 municipalities. 12 of them are cities and towns, while, of course, the most dense ones are downstream, where all the water comes down. This is the area of the city of Haifa, the red ones you see over there. So those who live downstream usually suffer most from lack of water, pollution, and poor ecosystem, of course, and floods. I will talk in one slide on each of these issues. But first, I will say that water and flood management must be done on the basin scale, transboundaries, and in collaboration. Comprehensive approach is definitely essential. I see restoring of a river like solving the Rubik's Cube. It is complicated, complex. It is 3-dimensional. It is multidisciplinary. You can see here just a few of the disciplines involved. It is on all scales. And one wrong move with a Rubik's Cube, you move backwards a lot. But in order to solve the Rubik's Cube, you need 2 hands. You will never solve the Rubik's Cube without the 2 hands. And the 2 hands, for me, are leadership and collaboration. Without leadership and collaboration, you will never succeed, not only in river restoration, but also in many other urban projects. Rivers must sustain natural water flow year-round. It requires joint resource management, balancing between the needs, depending on where exactly, but drinking water, irrigation, hydropower, salinity control, and of course, ecosystem protection, including fish, either to eat or just for the ecosystem, all along the rivers in the catchment because it goes from upstream to downstream. When you have competition and grab what you can approach, this is disastrous. It's leading major crises, worsened by climate change that we had here an excellent introduction of the speakers before me about the climate change. On the right side, you can see a project I was planning in Africa and Burkina Faso. It was called the Dying Lake, Lake Bam. It's in the upper right volta, and you can see the water left in this pond, which is actually part of the river. And you can see the two girls drinking about everything that was left from this lake. On the left side, you can see one of the largest rivers in the world, the Mary-Darling River System, which flows through 4 states in Australia. And this is what The Guardian wrote about it. Water wars, will politics destroy the Mary-Darling Basin Plan and the river system itself? I was invited there as a consultant to see how to solve the collaboration between the states, that everyone takes the water out of the river, uses it, and then you have a dry river upstream and salinity, like it looks like on a different planet. And this is one of the largest rivers in the world in a very developed country as Australia. Now a few words about pollution. All pollutants in the basin must be removed in order to guarantee clean and healthy waterways. This requires actually the most challenging transboundary collaboration on all levels. This is the most challenging one, I think. We must replace the backyard mindset of areas along river with front yard approach, and this requires also big money. This is also the most expensive one. But common interests should be examined in order to convince those upstream to care about their colleagues, friends, enemies downstream. An example from the Alexander River, cross-border river. I'm working now on this project for 30 years. You see the Kola sewage, which is 2 months a year in the river. This is because of the olive mills. On the right side, you see the milkshake sewage, which is because of the stone cutting factories that put the sediments into the river. And in the middle, you see our common enemy, which is the mosquito. And on the right side, there you can see the fence between the Israeli and the Palestinian territory. Now what happens? The mosquito wakes up in the morning or in the evening, and he can decide, a mosquito can fly 15 kilometers a day, and he decides if he goes right to the Palestinian side or west to the Israeli side, depending on the wind, on his mood, I don't know. And from time to time, they have the West Nile virus, which is a deadly disease. And now we have a common enemy. So during the Intifada, when we had fightings over there, we had on the level of the municipalities, of mayors, we decided on 1 day of ceasefire. So this guy down there went with a bulletproof vest to spray the mosquitoes, our common enemy, so next day we can fight each other again. But this project, which I can talk for hours about, it's a 15 years long collaboration between Israelis and Palestinians, which was very secret. It's the only one with on-the-ground results as an environmental project. But I have no time today. But this is an example of how working together results better rivers for people and the environment alike. You can see before and after, and you can see on the left side, Muslims and Jews sit under Santa Claus, the Christian, eat a very good lunch of fish, not from the river, and talk only about sewage, no politics. sewage, how to collaborate and solve the problem of the river, of the mosquitoes, of the illness, and of the people, and of the problems that really affect the people that live there. Just a few last words about flood management. This must be addressed now, across the entire river basin with a holistic and collaborative approach. We must adopt innovative new tools to face the accelerating effects of climate change and urbanization. 1 to 100 years is just a figure, because the floods can happen tomorrow. Well, I hope not tomorrow because I'm leaving tomorrow. I hope next week, not tomorrow. But prevention is far cheaper and better than recovery. You can see here the risks of Azerbaijan. Almost the whole country is red. And you can see on the right side the floods that occurred exactly 1 year ago here in Baku, with a few people dying in these floods. And you can see two of the rivers I work on, also major floods with major damages and mortalities. We have a big mix of urban and nature-based runoff sensitive design and flood management tools that can prevent future disasters and improve our cities. This is an issue I work now in recent years, and we try to develop more of these tools in a combined manner. For example, just a few examples, it's a wide river corridor, park and eco-ecological riverbanks, remeandering nature-based of the river, protection of floodplains, and of course also we have to deal with the fields that are cultivated, removal of hydrological and ecological obstacles, and I have also a whole presentation on detention dams, passive and active, actually how you reduce the peak of these floods. So not all the water will come at once downstream. It's like a bathtub, but I have no time to explain it. But the idea is to reduce the peak and leave the water upstream for a few hours or 1 or 2 days without harming the nature-based and the ecology of the river. So these are just a few examples, not including what has to be done in the built-up area, of course, which is also a big challenge. Now to my last slide. Know-how and engineering we can study and practice, but the key for success lies in the people. Leadership, trust building, and collaboration. Only together we can create resilient, livable, and sustainable urban environments across borders. We can even learn from the donkeys down there. And well, I had only I work on these projects, some of them for 30 years, so I had 1 slide and 1 minute for every 3 years, which was really challenging. And now to the most challenging part of the presentation, Shikur Ediran. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brandeis, for your contribution and really looking at the issue of water cross-border collaboration. I have a question to you, which is quite straightforward. I liked your image of the Rubik's Cube. Yes, we all used to play it in our childhood. 2 dimensions you mentioned, leadership and collaboration. What's the 3rd dimension hidden in the back?
No, I meant 2 hands you need. The 3 dimension are all the different aspects you have to put in place in order to have the right work to restore river. Actually, also many other projects, but to restore river. But without 2 hands, which are the leadership and collaboration, you cannot solve anything.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking at the time. We are perfectly well in time. Thanks so much. I actually would like to maybe innovate the panel discussion by seeing if anyone from the auditorium would like to raise a question, because the light is very bright. Raise your hands if you would like to. I give you 3 seconds to do so. If there are any comments, any questions. Yes, please, I can see. Thank you very much. Do we have microphones? Can somebody, or otherwise, please speak loudly and introduce yourself. I can help.
If can you just repeat
sorry.
that?
Thank you. Can you hear me better now? Yeah, thank you. Thank you everybody for a very interesting panel. And my question goes to Amos Brandeis to have some more details about the collaboration between Palestinian and Israel in the case where they collaborated successfully together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll do it very briefly because I can talk a few days about it. We started in 1996 with the mediation of the Germans, which we brought on board. And we actually had secret meetings also during the most difficult times in the Middle East, meeting first in Ramallah, then in Jerusalem, and then in Germany, and afterwards in a secret place, which is we asked the Germans to find the most neutral place on earth, which is the doctor's room in a German hospital in Eastern Jerusalem. And there we met always 5 Palestinians, 5 Israelis, and 5 Germans talking on, this was on the municipal level. Of course, they knew about our collaboration also on the national level on both sides, but they let us work. We had excellent leaders from both sides, mayors. And we had this meeting, and we are still very good friends. This was not in the media because these things don't go usually to the media, and we didn't want it to go on the media when it was still secret. This collaboration lasted for 15 years, and there was a lot of money also invested in building new treatment plants, restoring the river, but mainly collaboration between people, becoming friends and becoming neighbors that work together for the sake of the environment and the people who live there. No big politics, just looking at what the people there need, and of course the environment.
Thank you, Amos, and thank you for bringing this positive note at the conclusion. Back to the people, in fact, who are at the center of discussion on climate, of course, on healthy cities. We can actually continue for days to actually talk about this topic, but I think it was a very good opening for today. This session, traveling actually across the world from global commitments to local action. Sitting here in a landlocked country, talking about small island development states and trying to find the commonalities, I find that quite interesting, and there are many. And one of them, of course, is how do we finance local action? How do we mobilize partners? What are the frameworks needed? I think there is much scope for exchange, and you know, maybe the rivers are connecting us all through water in this regard. And I would like to encourage all of you, if there are further questions, not only to the panelists, but also stimulating discussions on how we all can be part of this journey of creating more resilient and healthier communities wherever we are. And we are looking forward actually to sharing some of those experiences next year at the World Urban Forum, and really be very practical and action-oriented, and seeing who the leaders are, with whom we do collaborate, and empowering the communities to be active stakeholders in this journey. Thank you, my panelists, for this great contribution. And I hand over back to you, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Katia, Hanum. Thank you to all of our distinguished panelists. Another fascinating discussion packed with insights. We're running just about 33 minutes behind schedule, so I won't take up much of your time. The next session is fascinating. We're looking at technology, leveraging technology and innovation. Thank you very much for the future of cities. This should prove to be an equally fascinating discussion. It is going to be moderated by a representative of the Swiss Federal Institute at EWAG University of Geneva, Mr. Tural Aliev. I should also add a note that I have asked Mr. Aliyev to restrict each speaker to just 10 minutes. So if anybody gets annoyed, be cross with me, not Mr. Aliyev. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished honorable ministers, deputy ministers, ambassadors, colleagues from UN, policymakers, urban planners, architects, and all participants. Welcome to our next session on leveraging technology and innovation to reshape future of our cities. Let me introduce the session. For the last few days, we have discussed how cities are becoming more climate resilient, equitable, and adaptive. In this session, we will focus on the transformative role of technology, how data, innovation, and design are changing and transforming the way we design, plan, govern, and experience urban spaces. As we move deeper into the digital area, where all of us impacted by AI and digitalization, we should know that cities are not only physical environments, but also data ecosystems. So now, challenge is to ensure that innovation drives sustainability, inclusion, and quality of life, rather than technological inequality. Today, we are fortunate to have with us an excellent panel of experts from government, academia, architecture, and urban innovation, who will share different perspectives on how technology can shape the future of our cities. Let me introduce shortly our distinguished speakers, and I will ask them to take their seats on the podium. Our first speaker is Mr. Ghulam Reza Kazamian, Deputy Minister of Urban Development and Architecture, Ministry of Roads and Urban Development, Islamic Republic of Iran. Our second expert is Mr. Dean Sharp, Visiting Fellow in Human Geography and Environment at the London School of Economics and Political Science. Mr. Sharp, please take your seat. Our third speaker is Mrs. Yevgenia Pozigun, who is from Zaha Hadid Architects, Senior Associate, and we know Zaha Hadid Architects because of its emblematic and symbolic building in Baku, which is cultural center in the center of Baku. And our last speaker is Mr. Niels Balgalis, Managing Director at Group 93 Latvia. So now I would like to invite our first speaker to share his insights on data-driven governance to improve the quality of life in cities. Mr. Ghulam Reza Kazamian, please share your insights on land use governance through the adoption of advanced technologies and the application of artificial intelligence. Please, the floor is yours. Of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In the beginning, I want to thanks to the government of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the State Committee on Urban Planning and Architecture for organizing this meeting. My presentation is about single land windows in Iran. In fact, the demand for construction and intervention in the land use and density of land in Iran is very high and very dispersed. This means that there is a greater need to have a land management and control system. This system is named Iran E-Land. That's my presentation about this system and my experiment in Iran in this system. No? Slide not change. By utilizing AI and high-resolution image from the Iranian satellite Khayyam, Iran E-Land continuously monitors land use to prevent illegal change and improve national land planning and management. It provides citizens with an efficient online system to request and track land and building permits without referring to multiple organizations. Key challenge, we have a key challenge that led to Iran E-Land. This challenge, first challenge is a complex and time-consuming land permit issuing process. In fact, citizens and genuine investors face lengthy and complicated procedures to obtain land use permits, and also multiple in-person visits to different organizations slow down the system and reduce efficiently. Second challenge is lack of transparency and possibility of corruption. Some individuals engage in illegal practices within the permit issuing process. Weakness in intelligent and continuous land monitoring is a third challenge. Land use change monitored in a decentralized and dispersed manner without advanced technology. Lack of proper monitoring tools led to misuse and inefficient planning and plans. Other challenges, absence of an integrated platform. Land-related data, information and services were scattered across multiple organizations. The absence of a single intelligent window hindered coordination between agencies and reduced overall system efficiency. But key solutions are user-friendly interface, clear and enforceable regulations, essential data only. System should receive only critical services such as maps from primary sources. Other solutions are data exchange and integration, advanced technologies, background services architecture, and international standard compliance. But the purpose of Iran e-Land is a one-stop electronic platform for managing all land-related affairs in Iran. It serves a central interface between applicants, such as individuals and companies and other organizations, and government agencies in charge of land administration, providing all services and permits online and in an integrated manner. Key objectives of this system is simplified permit and inquiry process. Second, intelligent land monitoring, use satellite imagery for continuous and automated oversight of land use change and enhance transparency and reduce corruption, promotes accountability in land management and curbs illegal land use and construction. The description of this system is this strategic e-government initiatives addresses the historical gaps in land oversight, ensuring that all relevant agencies are connected to the system and required to register and share land-related information digitally. Technologies and innovations in Iran e-Land included that real-time satellite monitoring, AI and machine learning, a web-based integrated system, GIS and spatial data layers, dual modules, and system integration. Interagency collaboration in Iran e-Land included many ministries, organizations at the national and regional and local level. Many of them is Ministry of Agriculture, supervises agricultural and natural land, issues land use change permits, protects national lands. Second, Ministry of Roads and Urban Development that manages urban lands and building permits, integrate urban and regional development plans. Third organization is registration and cadastral organization, provide ownership verification and cadastral maps for accurate processing. And in the local level, municipalities, village councils, and endowment organization. And Ministry of ICT develops and maintains platform, ensures systems, infrastructure, and intelligent monitoring. Anti-corruption headquarters, the other institution related to this system. And the key note is that all provincial organizations are required to connect to Iran e-Land, ensuring coordinated, transparent, and accountable land system. Deputy of Urban Planning and Architecture in MRUD, Ministry of Roads and Urban Development, have a distinct role, such as urban land management, oversees city boundaries and urban areas based on comprehensive and detailed plans. We have prepared 2 Iranian cities in 2 levels, comprehensive plan and detailed plan at now. Uploads urban maps and development plans to the unified platform. This map is the map of Tehran metropolitan region. Other role of deputy, permits issuance and land use control, issues building permits and land use change, approvals with urban areas and township, ensure compliance with urban regulations. Interorganizational coordination is other map of this deputy, and urban data integration provides a single window access to urban land information for other agencies and citizens, enabling transparent and efficient decision-making. Current status and achievement of Iran land for 1 year, only for 1 year, is cost-effective and environmental friendly, saving trees, 1,800 trees a year, reduction in land violations, land use and control cases is reduced 12%. Encroachment on national lands and park includes 34%, tree cutting and green space violation, and 30% reduction in land grabbing crimes. And in the field of transparent and anti-corruption, this outcome of this system is it makes unclear process transparent, minimizing permit forgery and collusion, and finally prevents illegal construction and employment in multi-layers. Faster services delivery and citizen satisfaction, intelligent detection of hidden violations, regulatory and administrative improvements, such as extending expiry date permits to 1 year, and mandatory integration of all agencies, paperless inquiries, and economic and social and environmental impacts. Future outlook of Irani land is the largest single Windows land platform. Over 45 organizations and more than 200 services integrated. Second, intelligent land monitoring uses advanced algorithms for real-time oversight across the country. And third, transformative impact reduces land violations and speculation, streamlines administrative process, and ensure fair, transparent and services. Benefiting of all stakeholders, included governments, data-driven governance, and efficient violation monitoring for citizens and investors, faster, transparent, and reliable permit services, and for businesses and businessmen, clear investment opportunities and access to open data. Future enhancement, predictive analytics, advanced special services, real-time interagency collaboration, full integration with national smart government initiatives and strategic goals. Establish Iran land as a continuous intelligent platform for sustainable, transparent, and efficient land management in Iran. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kezamian, for your insightful presentation. And it was interesting indeed to see how, from the government side, practically you are implementing this e-land system in order to increase efficiency for citizens. And we saw also the challenges related to illegal activities, violation and protection activities related to that, and also future outlook of the system. Thank you very much for your presentation once again. Now, from the government insights, we are moving to conceptual part of the session, and it will be my honor to invite our next speaker to share his insights. So this is Mr. Dean Sharp from London Schools of Economics and Political Science. Mr. Sharp will share his vision on smart city, especially his concept on smart city for what, for whom, for where. And we are looking forward for your presentation. Please, Mr. Sharp, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I just want to thank especially the embassy in London, the embassy in Nairobi, Kenya, and also the Top Shubashov Center for just their warm welcome and hospitality, and of course, the World Urban Forum and Jamila in the organizing committee. It's really an honor to be here with you all and to talk from an academic and theoretical perspective around some of the issues around technology and innovation and how we think about technology and innovation. And I want to start, as this is the National Urban Forum, from Azerbaijan and also the region and all the interconnections with it, and from a literary perspective, from Nizami and Majnun and Layla. Because I was actually fascinated to learn that the strong connection of Azerbaijan and this story, because I was familiar with this story from the Indian continent and also the Arab world, where I've spent many years. And I was kind of first familiar with this story and this phrase in Arabic of Kul yabki ala Layla. Everyone has a story about a Layla in their lives. And it's, you know, a story that's been reproduced thousands of times over centuries in different contexts, and it's constantly being reinvented. So I also want to think about technology and innovation in terms of storytelling and how it enables humans to communicate and connect to certain contexts and environments and changes, which made me also think, what would Layla and Majnun look like in the 21st century? What would be a 21st century retelling of Majnun and Layla? And I could imagine Majnun in a dark, windowless room over his computer driven to madness, his unfulfillable longing over this Layla. And of course, Layla in our 21st century, who he's locked in a deep relationship with, is a chatbot. It's ChatGPT or something similar, and he's got this unfulfilled love, of course, because it is a computer. This is perhaps our tale of 21st century disconnect and alienation, and where if we don't use technology in a way that is reactive, active, and adaptive, things can go in a direction in which we do not know. And these stories are all too real. You only need to type in relationship and ChatGPT, and you can see that these sorts of relationships are proliferating all around the world, because this is also a global innovation. And I think we could all agree that this is not where we want technology to take us. And I want to stress, although I am using written notes for this presentation, I am not anti-technology. I'm very pro-technology. I also use large language models and technological tools to improve my thinking, to see what type of innovations that are going on. And I'm also very concerned, and as the research tells me, looking at Azerbaijan, about the digital divides that continue to exist and the need to, particularly in rural areas, extend internet connection, bridge these inequalities. Because it has been remarkable, this digital extent that we have witnessed. And you know, the question is not now, has someone got internet connection or even a smartphone? I mean, everyone in this room, I'm pretty confident, will have a smartphone. It's quite a remarkable feat that, you know, to a certain extent we should be positive about. But we are entering now this age of large language models, LLMs, or artificial intelligence as it's also called, that is bringing fundamentally new challenges to human society. It produces something that we think is knowledge, but to be honest, we don't really know what it is. It isn't organizing information in a way that algorithms did with Google. It's producing new forms of organization, something that we would, like to call knowledge, but we really just fundamentally don't fully understand what these models are producing. And this really does confront us with some really serious intellectual but social issues. We are in an age of uncertainty. However, while we're being uncertain and scratching our heads over what these social forms this technology is producing, it is racing ahead. Digitalization is everywhere and in everything, and it's not going to wait for us to sort it, to understand it. So we've got to be adaptable, and we've got to be reactive to these things. We cannot sit in our ivory towers, I completely agree with that, but actually wrestle and try to come to terms with the dramatic transformations that are happening. And equally, we see this with the spread of smart cities. We've seen it globally, India, China, Europe. To various successes, and even more complicated is that a smart city in India means a radically different thing to a smart city in Germany and to one in, indeed, Azerbaijan. Even more complex, the sorts of smart city technologies and innovations that have been implemented in Baku, of course, have a radically different meaning and set of tools than what's been implemented in Karabakh. Now, this is only my second time to Azerbaijan, so I am not going to start a lecture on smart cities in Azerbaijan, but again, this is a national urban forum, so I do want to comment on them. And luckily for me, there's a remarkable scholar here, I hope, Anar Valiev, who has written a wonderful paper that outlines very clearly 3 key principles around smart cities that I hope every government official and private sector member engaged in smart cities has read and integrated into their work. And these 3 principles are: first, smart cities have to be integrated into local realities. Intersecting with that, the second point is that they must be easy to understand. And thirdly, critically, they must focus on people. People, people, people. It has to be about people first and then technology. This is what I term digital by design rather than default. So smart cities are not only about achieving efficiency, but they are about empowering municipalities to make better decisions in terms of when, where, and how, and of critically making life better for the average urban citizen. That is what smart cities must be centered on. And Professor Anar notes that where smart cities in Azerbaijan have really worked, there was clear public participation, and they were involved in the decision-making, which was all placed at the center of the mission. So today, I think, in this age of uncertainty, it is also reaching a point where we've reached peak digitalization. And in popular culture, for those of you that have watched White Lotus, for instance, the American series, you'll see that terms like digital detox has started to enter our vocabularies, along with digital disconnection, digital minimalism, technological sovereignty. These are all ways in which technological innovation or innovation is reacting to these technological transformations. So there's an innovation of an innovation. So you will see now policies that are innovative, for instance, in England, where 90% of schools now ban mobile phone uses. In universities, you'll see that there are no laptops around in university lectures or going back to written exams. There are now right to disconnect legislations coming up, and email-free periods for workers. This is all to say that, again, with the digitalization of everything, there is a certain innovation to kind of push back against when technological and digitalization is appropriate and where it is not. This is not about refusing technological tools or digitalization, but making sure that there is space. Here is just a very simple table that was around how green space that we know, public parks and so on, and Baku has some beautiful public parks that I hope you're all very proud of, where green space is so important for mental health, and even worker productivity. This is a well-documented fact. But of course, now we have this technological element. How many times will you go into a park anywhere in the world and you'll see people on their phones? This isn't then the same sorts of stimulation and interaction with this screen environment that we've had before. And so here is a study to show that with no laptop, with no distractions, the kind of restoration and rest that you get mentally from being in a public park really differs from those when you have these distractions. So this is just also, and this is leading to policies, for instance, in Australia, where they're creating parks where there are free from Wi-Fi and laptops and these types of distractions. So this is the idea that we have to design, sorry, I think did it miss a slide there? Oh, odd. Okay, this is the idea that we have to be digital by design and not default. So this is a kind of active analytical engagement with smart cities. We need to rethink how we understand what counts as technology and innovation and how we apply it. This is the crucial message, that technology does not just move in one direction. We've got each innovation that generates counter moves, counter innovations, adaptations, workarounds. We need to be clear about who these smart cities benefit, who is excluded, who is included, what sorts of technological adaptations are needed to ensure that these principles of inclusion, equity are maintained. And it's also important to remember that many issues cannot be solved through technology alone. It requires a multifaceted approach. Technology is just one tool in a set. So you cannot improve traffic flow through whatever data-driven model if you don't have policies as well that address car ownership, putting in suitable infrastructure of buses, trains, metros, walkability, bicycle lanes. You need environmental and social policy alongside technological tools. So this is a call to be innovative about where, how, and why technology is applied. That the digital and the non-digital must coexist, and that the principle also of do no harm, which is a core UN principle, of course, as well, is always maintained. Innovation is always happening in response to technological transformation. There is clearly a need for greater speed in how we innovate at a policy level and at a social and academic level. We need greater focus and engagement in how we work with communities to integrate these types of technologies, and when they are implemented, that they are easy to understand, that they don't displace people who do not have the technological capabilities, wants, or desires to go. And we need to ensure that they really do empower the communities that they are targeted at. This is some of the ideas that I think will go forward to ensure that smart cities achieve the sorts of sovereignty, inclusivity, empowerment, sustainability, experimentation, and ensure that they're community-led. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp, for your interesting presentation and giving us insights on your framework and the concept of for smart cities, on for what smart cities, for whom and for where. And also importance that we should not only add innovation to our daily life, but also thinking about limiting, refusing, and protecting us from the tech. As a short follow-up questions, Mr. Sharp, you said, and your key message was about digital by design, not by default. And cities choose their tech futures. Do you, as you also said that smart city concept is widely used in Azerbaijan, in liberated territories. When you are saying about cities that choose their future tech, could you please share your insights on which elements that should rely for city to choose their future for AI technology? What are the important elements to understand which kind of tools of technology should be used to reshape and to make the future of cities more sustainable, people-centric, as you said, and more resilient?
Thank you. I think the answer to this question should always come from the context in which it's applied. And as I said, I'm not an expert on Azerbaijan, and not to sidestep the question, but I would defer to someone like Professor Anar, who has also articulated very clear principles that are locally based, but are also universal. And that is ensuring that there are appropriate governance structures at a municipal level, which is absolutely critical for smart cities. There needs to, of course, be a national framework in which these contextually city-based frameworks are applied and policies, but the municipality is almost always, a principal actor, and you need to empower them to engage the communities where they're applying these tools, which, I mean, also smart cities encompasses a huge array of different tools. So it really depends on what tool you're applying. But the critical point at a conceptual and a policy level is that you have to empower municipalities to engage the communities in which these tools are being applied and ensure that there is space for dialogue, ensuring that the communities that are receiving these tools actually understand what they're doing and also have the capacity and infrastructures to be able to take on the data that you're generating, as an example, from a potential tool that you are implementing. So it's got to be one in which the municipalities are empowered, local communities are empowered, and that there is a strong dialogue and understanding in what you are doing and where you want these technologies to go.
Thank you very much that mentioning that context is very important, as well as community engagement and the role of municipalities in smart city choose. Now we are moving from conceptual part of the panel to the practical part of the session. So we have now our third speaker, Mrs. Yevgenia Pozigun from Zaha Hadid Architects, Senior Associate. So Mrs. Pozigun will share us her insights on creative approach of Zaha Hadid Architects in AI, how they are using this AI and innovative technologies for shaping tomorrow's cities. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fellow panelists. I would like to thank the State Committee for Urban Planning and Architecture for the opportunity to be here. And it's my second time at the NUFA. And it's been amazing experience to see the development in the liberated territories and to hear and experience the thoughts and ideas of visionaries from all different industries. I really think it's incredible what's been done. Yesterday when we saw Shusha, I was impressed about what the kind of the will and common effort can do with the support of the wide array of experts. And I've been thinking that in our work, we also use technology. I don't know how to change the slide. Yeah, okay. So who we are architectural practice from London. And we've been around for 46 years, and we always focus on innovation. And as our founder used to say, never stop innovating. And that's partially why we actually embrace AI. There is no actually other option. There is still a lot of thinking and ideas that go into it, but the technology is really unstoppable. And this technology combined with innovative thinking helps us to deliver the projects that you can see here. And of course, our jewel in, in our practice. And I believe for the city of Baku is Haydar Aliyev Cultural Center, which to me, what it shows, after all these years, to me it looks incredible and contemporary, and hopefully it will remain, contextual for a long time. And this is something what we try to do. The buildings take a long time to build, but then we always look forward how we can innovate. What else can we bring to the table? And when AI came around about like 3 years ago, I would never present it because it was experimentation. It was loading our ideas and our images into these kind of spaces and try to bridge between physical and digital, but more than just looking at the screen. Really create these immersive environments with ideas and designs that we had in practice. So, and also, of course, kind of the push from the technological side helped us to experiment with the forms, which was not possible before, and again to experience the spaces in a different way. But then a big shift happened, and the colleagues started to use AI to generate the forms. And this is a fundamental question for us as designers. What do you consider the authentic design, and what is the role of AI? So we, as we always do, we have a few research groups within the office. And we approached it more from scientific, let's say, point of view. It's all very visual, yes. So we are visual people, and we have almost 20,000 images in our database. The images of our designs, Zaha sketches, collected into this database that we can use, not just, like maybe you played with Midjourney or other AI tools that generate images. But for us, it was keeping kind of the authentic quality of our design and innovate and try to find something new, try to find the inspiration. So we combined this kind of the database of tagged images with the and loaded in the large language model to kind of to generate different outcomes. So what it helps us to do, and I don't know if, let's do this back. So the video hopefully will play. So what it helps us to do, combining the visual and combining our own library, combining it with the set of parameters that we want to test. It allows us to produce quick results. It doesn't mean they're final designs, but sometimes, and in fast-moving world that it is now, we want to see, and the clients want to see, fast outcome for tomorrow morning. So by loading a set of parameters in the model and testing different densities of, for example, for the master plan, different densities, different arrangement of the green spaces, and different programmatic distribution, we can output the images, which of course not, it's not what is going to be in the end, but it gives the array of options that was not possible, let's say, before. And something that a lot of countries experience is fast urbanization and population growth that leads to increased construction and rapid housing construction, especially. And you can see on the left is, I think, it's the image from probably from the previous decade, but we can see this a lot, and luckily not here. But this is something that kind of how the kind of the AI and this generation of, let's say, options and exploring the possibilities can help and drive and assist, not replace the urban planning, but assist us in understanding the outcomes and possibilities for different new and existing cities. So, and then about user participation, this is something that we try in our projects, and gamification Because increasingly the population is young, exactly like Mr. Sharp said, like staring at the smartphone. And what could be the interest of the future generations to participate in this? In an easy, let's say, way, or in a way that would be really engaging. So we use like this kind of the game, and through the game we analyze how people, for example, in this case, would move through this master plan. What are the points of attraction that people would be, the users would be driven to in the digital environment, and try to analyze how can it influence the physical space. We even develop, there is a group that develops actually the games. We have our game, which is building Zaha city in the center of London. It's extreme. Those are extreme examples, but we want to push it to the limits to kind of bring it back to the real world. And when it comes to the real projects, and yes, this is China and the project that we show a lot, but this is kind of the realization of this idea, where we try to combine all of the ideas of the smart city, of a 15 minutes walking city, ecological, sustainable, and so forth. And this is 1 million square meters master plan that is almost finished now. We developed the master plan itself and the buildings. And here we exactly used the AI testing and prototypes and these game-like environments for our own colleagues to explore this space. And this helped us, really informed the design. But in the end, the final decisions are with us as architects, as planners, as policymakers. We believe that these tools help us to improve and facilitate and make the process faster, not for the sake of time, but for the sake of seeing more possibilities. And in the end, this results in spaces like this. Here you can see our vision on one side and the realization on the other side, where we try to think and foresee different scenarios and integrate all the layers of infrastructure, social and public spaces, and green spaces in one master plan. Of course, I have to say, so this is already functioning for a couple of years, but I want to say the time will show. What we can do is to do it better, and at this point, without AI, this experimentation is yes, it's not possible. Just the way we use it and the way we think about it, and the way we can make it, as our helper in the design and planning process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. And we saw through your presentation that this is important to know that AI is not for replacing humans. It should be seen as a collaborator. And also importance of foresight to imagine the future within the approach of amplifying human imagination, forecasting, where AI enhance and not replace humans, which is important to know. As we need to move forward, I would like to invite our last panelist, but not least, to the stage. And this is Nils Balgalis from Latvia. Mr. Balgalis, yeah, please. Mr. Balgalis is the managing director of SCUPA 93, and he will share his insights with us on Mad City, an urban laboratory for innovation and dialogue. So please explain us what is Mad City and which kind of tools you are using in your practical world. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I'm a proud father of 3 sons. They are my blessing, my source of joy, and despair. Why despair? All of you who have kids know it very well. And they all the time remember me that we are building our cities not just for us, but for the future generations to come. So In my free time of raising kids, I'm managing company Group 93 from Latvia already for 30 years. Together with them, our joy and despair are cities, how they are developing, what they are experiencing, and how they are doing. Once upon a time, 10 years ago, we went to the company trip to Stockholm in the middle of Baltic Sea on the ferry. We started discussions that there is a lot of concepts around, and actually that was the time, 2017, 16, when smart city popped up, and it was purely technological, right? And all the other things, and we came to the idea that, well, something is missing in the way we are planning, some playfulness, I would like to say, some madness. And we decided to create an event which will happen once in a year for one day when everyone who participates will be allowed to feel a bit mad. I think internally, because madness is such a hard thing to define, right? So it took us 9 years. We grew up steadily, like trees. For the first year, it was just 80 people, all the urban planners. Discussions were like, everyone was nodding in the hall, you know, like-minded. So we went to more from Riga to Latvia, from Latvia to Baltics. We invited, we managed to attract different actors, not only urban planners, because urban planning is something which involves whole society. And bang, this year, just 2 weeks ago, we are largest urban planning event in Baltics with more than 500 plus participants. Why so? I will give you just a short 5 minutes walk through the event. So it's 12 hours. First one looks like similar, any conference. Morning presentation, coffee break presentations, lunch break presentations. Presentations no more than 10 minutes. No panels. I will explain you later why. Then comes the second part, hackathon, when all the participants go out in the city, search for solutions for some specific areas or some policy or some larger areas. Then come back, give presentations for 5 minutes. It's a competition and it's a game. Then it's a award and then it's a closing party. Yes, it's very intense. It's what life looks like. Important. What are Mad City people? Starting from Jan Gale and ending with David Sim, this year there are students, engineers, bankers, architects, mayors, ministers, all those who are making our cities. And this is important, to have a nice mix. Second one, we are trying to emulate perfect city life environment. So it must be straight and honest, we love it. It must be intense and speedy. It must be diverse and tasty. At the same time, slow and socializing, and involving and surprising. So we use mobile devices, it's allowed, we are using them all the time, because part of you using mobile devices all the time as well, anyway. We are using our mobile phones more than 4 hours per day. We are voting all the time how you are feeling. And now I need to stop. I don't have this Menti come here. Please raise your hands, those who are feeling fulfilled. No one. Okay. Who are feeling emptied? No one. Who are feeling okay? Some, okay, good. Who are feeling normal? That's very Latvian expression. And who are feeling great? Oh, some of you not raising hands at all. Okay, we will learn it. So, how is the urban planning hackathon over 3 hours, how it evolves? So people are divided in groups. There are different groups. The experts who are on the stage are part of this as well. And so they have opportunity not only to give 10 to 20 minutes speech, they are in your city. They are giving advice. They are together with a team of other internationals and locals, and they are exploring the city. Exploring the city on different, we are using the shopping carts, we are using public transportation, trams, and everything. And it's totally up to us to decide which topic we will discuss. So then there is a creation of solutions. 8 to 10 teams together over one time are coming to some conclusions. You know, what to do. Those could be the ones who we could easily implement, or absolutely crazy ideas. But because the point is to allow this bit of madness, or craziness, or innovation. Because none of the innovation happened just like sitting and thinking the same way we did yesterday. Then it's again 5 minutes for each team to present what they've learned over 3 hours. Then, like results, it's just like a couple of results. I must say, this is not replacing urban planning process. This is additional one to any kind of event or planning involving, because urban planning process, of course, is more complicated, but that allows to be us, every one of you, to be involved. And then, of course, there's a popular vote for winner and competition, and winner gets some applauses and some, well, feeling. So results, over the 9 years, of course, it's ideas, it's joy and inspiration, it's new collaborations, but at the same time, there are new mobility points system in Riga. There is sustainable urban drainage system in Agenskalna, or left bank. There we developed temporary bike lanes during the COVID. You remember the time. Pedestrian and bike bridge, which was built, 700,000 euros, okay, connecting directly some unconnected areas, and Riga Knowledge Mile development. Not that bad for 9 days over the time. What I would like to say, cities don't just change through plans. They change through people meeting, testing, and doing. And my advice is, if possible, do hackathon each time you can. And wisdom of the crowd, highly educated and experienced, plus a small dose of madness, it could create new ideas, innovation, and fun. And now I'd like to say, together with all of you, with standing ovations, big thank you to the government and president of this country, Ilham Aliyev, who is making urban planning great again, and to the team of SCUPA and Urban Planning Forum. You did a great job. Let's give some applauses to them. Oh, those are likes from audience. That's what we do in MedCity. Yes, I hope to see you all in World Urban Forum here in Baku in May. And after that, welcome to Riga, to MedCity Baltic. We will be talking about success and the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balgalis, for your insightful presentation. And as we need to conclude our session, I would like to do concluding remarks. So as we saw from all our presenters, basically, interestingly, it's a perfect interface we see here: government member, conceptual and academic expert, together with practitioner from urban planning and architectural companies. So we see how important it is to start the consultation and integration of all ideas from the beginning. So we need first to ask a conceptual question: which kind of smart city concept we are choosing, for whom, for where, and then together with architectural companies, urban planning companies, we should understand which kind of tool we will use, integrate, and of course, with the support of government and citizens, we should apply this concept. That will be the sustainable way of using innovative technologies in our life. So here I would like to remind the co model, which is co-defining. So together we co-define the problem at the beginning, then we co-design the solution, then we together co-implement together with citizens, and then what is important is co-monitoring. And second message, as a concluding remark, is that technology itself is not a goal. It's a mean to achieve sustainability, inclusiveness, and resilience. And the last element, which is a key also, is that innovation must remain context sensitive, what also Mr. Sharp also said here. rooted in the cultural, social, environmental realities of each city. Within that, I would like to thank to all our speakers, Mr. Kazemia, Mr. Sharp, Mrs. Pozugun, and Mr. Balgaris for your insightful, valuable insights and for all your engagement. I would also like to thank our organizing committee and audience. And let's continue our discussion with our speakers during the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aliyev, and all our distinguished speakers. A small dose of madness. What a fantastic point to end on. Coffee break is limited now to just 10-15 minutes. So please, please, can I plead with you from the bottom of my slightly mad heart to be back in here within 10 or 15 minutes' time. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
kind of honored to have this moderation, but meanwhile I have a very difficult job to keep you all awake for the next session, because I know that this is a kind of before the lunch, and just to inform you that after this session we have another session before the finishing overall today. But we have a really great distinguishing panel today consisting of 5 presenters, and what's really interesting that 4 of them are female, so we have a really great representation of the female in our panel. So without any further delay, I just want to invite our panelists to the podium to just start the presentation. So first I want to bring over to Mr. Norio Saito, if he's here. Thank you very much. Who is a Senior Director and Water and Urban Development Sector Office at ADB. Next one is Mr. Turkan Vusat, who is a head of the Public-Private Partnership Unit at the Ministry of Economy of Azerbaijan. Welcome. Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Tia Melikadze, who is Associate Director and Senior Bank at EBRD. Thank you very much for coming. Ms. Cristina Garcia Fontaine, who is Associate Professor, my colleague, from University of Coruna from Spain. Thank you. And last but not least, I mean, we have just some changes to our program. We are just bringing Ms. Leila Hussein Lee. Is she here? Yes, thank you very much. Coming from International Financial Corporation. Thank you very much. Before just giving you floor for the presentations, I would kindly ask you to little bit, I mean, if you would try, because as a teacher and a scholar, I usually at the conference, I try to squeeze the peoples into the shorter version of the presentation. So between 5 to 7 minutes presenting with the key points, and then we can just go for the discussion side if possible. And I would invite you to just kind of shorten on a way that to what are the key messages from your presentations and what kind of the lessons we can learn from the case studies of yours. So I hope you will be kind of not mad at me if I just try to show you it's a 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes or something like that. Thank you very much. And I just invite right now our first speaker to present. It's Mr. Norio Saito, who is a Senior Director, and his topic, well, you can sit if you want, or you can just, it's up to you. We're going to discuss about the financing sustainable urban infrastructure, how to get the private sector on board. Thank you. The floor is yours. I don't know, it's just coming.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much for the introduction, and a very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting Asian Development Bank to this very important forum. And yeah, as the moderator mentioned, there's a long way between we and lunch, so I know that we need to speed up a little bit, so I'll try to be short. Yeah, it's really my pleasure to talk about ADB's urban operations, focusing on sustainable infrastructure development and service delivery, and also involvement of the private sector. Let me first talk a little bit about our Asian Development Bank, because some of you may not be so familiar with where ADB operates. So ADB has currently 69 member countries, including 50 in this region, from Turkey and the Caucasus countries on the east to the Pacific Island countries in the north, in the west. And we have field offices in most of the countries, including one in Azerbaijan. And we operate very actively in many parts of Asia and the Pacific. ADB's commitment, for your information, amounted to $24 billion in 2024, including about $5 billion of private sector operations. So we have both public sector operations and also private sector operations. Our portfolio is over $100 billion right now. You must be familiar with all these urban challenges. Rapid urbanization increases infrastructure and service deficits in terms of water, sanitation, waste management, and also public transport. Air and water pollution is a big issue in many Asian cities, and informal settlements and slums are growing in many countries. And then climate change is exacerbating these challenges. Cities suffer most from climate change impacts, floods, droughts, urban heats, because city has this concentration of people and assets. But also cities is actually a cause of that greenhouse gases emissions. And the capacity of local governments and resources utilities is often limited, which makes operational sustainability a major challenge. ADB operations focus on livable cities, water security, urban resilience, and circular economy. We have about $17 billion of urban sector portfolio, which excludes urban transport that falls under the transport sector. South Asia accounts for more than 50%, led by India and Bangladesh. And this region, the Central and West Asia region, accounts for about 15% of our portfolio, with Pakistan the largest, followed by Uzbekistan. We make an annual new commitment about $3 billion. Last year was a bit higher. This year is probably a bit less. But this is the size of our interventions, and we have been receiving increasing requests from our developing member countries. And out of this $3 billion, about 50% is counted as climate financing, about 2/3 of which is climate adaptation financing. So this is the most important slide in my view in my presentation. So with limited financial resources and shrinking ODA resources coming to our countries, compared to the immense needs, we need to think about how to get more done with less. So firstly, improving efficiency is critical. For example, reducing non-revenue water in water supply systems and improving energy efficiency of buildings. Resource recovery, such as treated wastewater reuse and waste recycling, is also critical. Efficiency improvements reduce costs, energy consumption, and GHG emissions, and also enhance resilience. Improving policies and regulations to strengthen institutions and enabling environment is critical, including own source revenue mobilization by local governments. More efforts are needed to attract private capital and grants for urban development. I will come back to these 2 points in the next slide as well. Providing inclusive services is also critical. The poor and vulnerable communities often suffer most often and most severely from floods and other shocks. So service availability to them needs to be ensured. I want to stress this last point, that a paradigm shift is required from infrastructure development to sustainable urban services delivery. Asset management needs to be significantly improved in most Asian countries to provide reliable services effectively and efficiently. Now let's focus on the private sector development. As I said at the beginning, I think ADB's strength is that private sector, public sector, and PPP departments are all in one roof, which gives an advantage to provide holistic solutions to our clients at every stage, upstream, midstream, and downstream. So we conduct upstream assessment of policies, institutions, and regulations, and help strengthen the enabling environment and capacity of local institutions. Enhancing creditworthiness through water tariffs, property tax collection, etc., helps local governments attract private capital. In midstream, we support project preparation and structuring for both PPP and private sector operations. Just last month, our PPT team reached an agreement to provide transaction advisory services to the water agency here in Azerbaijan, Alzir, for wastewater treatment plant improvement. In downstream, our sovereign teams work closely with private sector and the PPP team for this joint transactions, and this number is increasing. The second point is that we are also using design, build, operate contract modality for water treatment plants or waste energy plants to tap private sector's efficiency and expertise in complex design operation, complex plant design and operation. Though this is not the private capital mobilization, but we can still tap the private sector's expertise. Lastly, in addition to our ADB's own financing, we work with other partners to mobilize co-financing, concessional resources, and also grants. We also work with philanthropies, such as Gates Foundation for sanitation investments, and also Clean Rivers, which is a UAE-based philanthropy that tackles plastic pollution, particularly in rivers. So in short, ADB provides not only financing from both public and private sectors, but also financing for policy and regulation strengthening, technical assistance, knowledge sharing, and also mobilized co-financing. Now I would like to briefly talk about two project examples that illustrate ADB support to some of the areas I just mentioned. Sorry for this little busy slide, but this is a project to support energy efficiency of buildings in Kyrgyz Republic. We approved this project just last month to retrofit schools, kindergartens, and hospitals for energy efficiency and climate resilience. In addition to reducing energy consumptions, we are also installing solar panels to change the source of energy cleaner. The project will also introduce international green building standards, and also the discussion is ongoing to mobilize grant co-financing from Green Climate Fund. This project is a new capital development in India. So this city, this state called Andhra Pradesh, was split into two. So one part of the state requires a new capital. And ADB and World Bank jointly came in to finance $800 million each to support this new capital city development. Actually, I just visited this place last week and saw the new capital being developed very rapidly under the strong ownership and commitment of the state government. Our support is holistic, developing systems and institutions, building trunk infrastructure and housing, and help attract the private sector. The city is based on this 15-minute city concept, compact, and also climate resilient design incorporating nature-based solutions. Efforts are now underway to attract various industries, educational, health institutions, IT industries, hospitality industries, etc. So I would like to conclude by saying that cities are facing increasingly complex challenges with climate change and other exogenous shocks. Yet this also provides an opportunity, but one single player cannot resolve all these challenges. So collaboration and partnership among all players, national governments, local governments, financiers like ADB or EBRD, private sector, research institutes, philanthropies, all need to work together. This is really imperative. And ADB stands ready to enhance our support through financing, technical assistance, and knowledge support to make cities more inclusive, resilient, and livable. Thank you very much. These are just the photos of how this new capital is being developed in Andhra Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saito. Really appreciate it. And follow up your presentation, if you allow me, I would just ask you one question related to your presentation. You discussed most of the things that ADB is doing, But if we take it to the little bit different level, how can local governments, how can the cities, in the time of absence of finances, attract private sector to implement certain type of the project? Would you just give us certain examples how in other countries how they do it, so we can use it in Azerbaijan in future?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Each country's context in terms of like mandates or authorities of local governments versus national governments is different. So in that sense, we cannot have just one size fits all approach. It has to be tailored to the context of the national systems, regulations. But one thing is that, as I mentioned briefly, it's really strengthen the capacity and also creditworthiness of the local governments or local utilities. So that can be done through improving systems, more predictable and capacity, support, enhance more taxes that are under the mandate of the local governments. So that kind of predictable revenue stream will help attract the private sector to come in and finance the local government infrastructure.
Thank you very much, really appreciate it. And we're just going for our second presenter, who is Mr. Kem Vesat, who is the head of the Public-Private Partnership Unit at Ministry of Economy, and her the talk is going to be about how to revitalize cities through the public-private partnership for the green urban future. Türkan Hanım, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So, dear delegate, dear guests, distinguished guests, and fellow, thank you so much. So, it's like that, yeah. All right. So happy to be here. Thanks for the invitation. I'm here representing Ministry of Economy as a head of the PPP unit. So before starting my presentation, I just want to highlight the cities are the heart of economic growth, and yet it frequently faces with population enhance, climate change, and all these problems. And it requires infrastructure like modernization of the urban infrastructure. And it's a reality that public budget alone is not enough to deliver these needs. And here where the public-private partnership plays a transformative role on this initiative. So I want to ask from the audience, have you heard about public-private partnership before? Maybe you may raise your hand. So cool. And also, have you heard like PPP, like public-private partnership journey in Azerbaijan? Okay, not that much. So it's a great platform for me to share and to link public-private partnership initiatives and effort to address these urban problems and challenges. So public-private partnership is where the public party and private party are coming to get together to deliver public services. It enhances population's satisfaction on public services. At the same time, it plays a crucial role for the private party and for the public party to efficient and like where the government leverage not only private capital, but also technology and innovation. Okay, so it's less than 3 years we have
some quite large cities like Cairo, Alexandria, Istanbul, Izmir, Amman, but we also have medium-sized and smaller cities. A great example of green cities here in Azerbaijan is Ganja. We started cooperation with Ganja in 2020. We have provided financing for the solid waste collection, for the street lighting improvements. We prepared the Green City Action Plan, allowing Ganja to develop the long-term, medium-term, and short-term vision, and we are cooperating in green investments in terms of the water and wastewater improvements. Since its establishment, the impact has been incredible. The program and the mobilized finance touched the lives of 77 million citizens across green cities. And to show the practical impact of this, it's the CO2 savings is equivalent to removing 1.1 million polluting cars off the streets. Now, moving to finance, which I think is the most important slide here, because finance is a catalyst which allows transforming urban climate ambition to sustainable change. So we offer a diverse range of financial instruments. At EBRD, actually, same teams like myself, we cover both private and public sector transactions, which allows the flexibility and comprehensive approach. We provide both debt and equity. Among debt transactions, it's sovereign loans to the state, sub-sovereign, sovereign guaranteed state loans to the municipalities directly or municipal companies, corporate loans to the private sector, and capital market transactions, PPPs, which was mentioned, are very important project finance transactions. And then we provide equity and quasi-equity. So financing is flexible. We can provide long-term financing. We also work with the sister organizations and with the donors to mobilize and blend funding with concessional loans and capital investment grants wherever feasible. We help the clients in the project implementation, well, preparation and implementation. It was mentioned PPPs, which are critically important, and for PPPs, EBRD has PPP advisory support to prepare projects, to help with the procurement, and then we can provide the financing for implementation as well. And last slide, just key features of the infrastructure investments. We can go as low as 5 million or as large as 500 million. We can provide loans in hard currency, local currency. It can be short-term, long-term transactions, but overall the projects are looked at individually and assessed individually. And as it was mentioned, collaboration is important. So we collaborate also with our sister organizations, ADB and IFC, on both public and private transactions to make the impact on the green aspects of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Melikadze. And I will just follow up with these questions, similar to the questions that I asked previously. What do you see the main barriers in the countries where you operate for financing these green projects? Do you have any institutional problems, or again, not about mostly cultural, but mostly institutional government? And if you can mention a couple of them, what can be done and what are the main barriers you see?
Let's see if this microphone works now. In terms of the problems and challenges, actually, I would group the challenges into two separate segments. One is finance and the know-how. In terms of the finance, well, as we mentioned, MDBs can provide the financial support. We can provide different products for implementing the green projects. And we stand ready to be flexible, to adjust and tailor to the needs of the client. In terms of the know-how and the capacity, similarly, IFIs can really help, because as part of the projects, we do not just provide financing for the infrastructure, but rather we provide usually technical assistance for the preparation, for the implementation. And ultimately, success of projects really depends on the buy-in and commitment of the project owners. We are ready to support, to collaborate, and we're looking forward to investing into the green sustainable infrastructure in the future in general.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Melikadze. And we will going for in other presentations, Professor Cristina Garcia Fontaine from the University of La Coruna, and presentation is going to be about enhancing urban resilience through the collaboration across the value chain. Professor, the floor is yours.
Yeah, yeah, okay, thank you very much. Okay, so good morning or afternoon, I don't know, before eating, it's morning still. And I want to thank, first of all, SCUPA and all the organization of the event, because it is really a great event and an opportunity for me to know such a separated or far away territory from my country. So first of all, I want to also say that yeah, I'm from the University of Coruña, and I'm coordinating a research group, a multidisciplinary research group with this commitment with the 2030 agenda that is almost already gone. But we are also working in several research projects where we try to combine research and academics. And the first three are still running, and is Green Gap, that is the one that I will talk more, and also we work with sustainability, environment, risk, social innovation, green lifestyles, energy transition, nature-based solutions, housing, landscape, international cooperation. So we have people from different backgrounds that address all those researches. First, I was going to talk more about this project, but after visiting Karabakh, I changed my presentation, because this you can check it in the website. It's more related with health and how to find solutions to really well, address the climate change and the problems with the population. But after to visit Karabakh, I think that is more interesting to show the relation of this project that is still running, that is the promotion of local green infrastructure for the restoration of biodiversity, renaturalization and design of landscape resilient to climate change in urban and rural areas, in this case in the Galicia and the north of Portugal. So this is a cross-border project that for us is very important. We have as partners of the consortium regional government, both regional governments, some municipalities and also some province offices. So to know a little bit more about my territory, this is the land that we have. This is Galicia, is the northwest of Spain. It's a kind of a Finisterre. And we have like this inhabited territory. We have like the natural protected areas, but we have something that crosses and that connects everything, that is the water. We heard in other presentations that the water lines are really the things that you cannot stop in the territory, and that we need to be aware of that. So the green and the water are crossing the borders. So we start by developing, this is a very contrast in a very rural and urban area, and we are trying to develop strategies to connect and to make the territory more resilient and the challenges of climate change. So we work mainly in the development of the strategies, the green infrastructure strategies for these areas. So just to remind, but like we work on defining which are these green infrastructure elements that are along and across all the territory, like the core green zones, the core zones, the corridor areas, the buffer areas, and the multifunctional areas that are like the things that are in between of the main aspects or the main elements, but very important in terms of also production of agriculture and also other ecosystem services, very important also for the urban life, because we have to eat more or less 3 times a day. So we need also the goods and the things that can provide the territory. So we developed some guides for how to also land these general strategies or these or some of the policies of the European Union, how to land it in a local level, because the ones that are going to apply this in the territory are the municipalities, the local authorities. So we want to guide them to implement these local strategies, to have like tools to also attract investments and also the private and public investments. So in this case, to give you an idea, we have just in Galicia more than 300 municipalities. So this is important. So we addressed it from the, well, a deep study of the territory, a deep study of our nature, our limits, our landscape, the landscape units, but also how we inhabit the territory. I will go first. This is also how to organize an amazing amount of elements that we can also measure of the territory as ecosystem service for adaptation and resilience to climate change, improving environmental quality, conservation, and enhancement of biodiversity, and also increased healthy habits and well-being, and stimulating the sustainable local economy, what is also very, very important. I will not go through this chart, but this is a math chart, but it has a translation into the territory of the red points are like the urgently places that we need to address in order, because are the fragile places that we need to address to introduce new projects, new key actions. So we developed the strategy of how to act and how to interact with this territory in a practical way with a lot of information layers and also a lot of data. So we got this, this result of the project of the connection of green infrastructure that has this logic of trans-scale level from the regional level to the municipal level and the local level. So then we can develop the local projects, but connected with all the regional structures. And developing like key access, action plans that the municipality need to have ready on the table to really have proper investment. So the key axes that we were working with were recovery of ecological corridors, restoration of rivers, historic roads, green strips between forest masses, urban renaturalization, so low-cost interventions also in schools, places, playgrounds, empty plots, and urban edges, agroecological re-evaluation, so support for local production, community use of diffuse plots, municipal land and banks, so urban agriculture is also one important thing, and green social infrastructure, so intergenerational meeting spaces in contact with nature. So governance is something very important, but I will not go through it because it's more related with what you already talked, and we identified the main risks, the climate change relation, and the mitigation tools that we have to address it. But this summer, this happens. So we have the problem of the last decades of fires. So we are already late. So it's really depressing. And this is the province that we were analyzing. So here we see, like, we need to put, what is stopping the fire? The fire stops in agricultural land, in land that is in use, in land that is used and inhabited. So more than 100,000 hectares were burned, and is more or less the 15% of the province that we were trying to organize, to project the green infrastructure strategy. So now we have to change everything, but this has a reason related also with urbanity and with cities. So we have a move of the population from these agricultural lands, or from these rural areas towards the cities, the city strip that is going from north to south connected with a highway. So this is now a demographic desert. We have like the same population than in the Arctic, so in the Arctic zones, so it's not sustainable anymore. So we need to care for people, we need to care for lands. We didn't have a war, but we have like a war scenario. So it's something that is very important. It is also something that you can learn also from our mistakes for the area of Karabakh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Garcia, for your insightful sharing your information. Just a follow-up questions, if you allow us, again, in comparison with Spain or Portugal or other countries, municipalities plays a really important role in those countries in the Iberian Peninsula. But if you have one or two advices to the municipalities in our part of the world, what would you be advices how to municipalities can integrate ecosystem service valuations into local planning? What would be your advice for us?
I think that is very important, the cooperation and the, to look after the borders of the municipalities and all type of borders. So we need to cooperate, and one of the things that we try to do with it is that, okay, we need to create like simple structures like water lines to try to understand how the territory works from an ecological point of view, and then try to make like the logic cooperations for specific things. For waste, maybe you need to cooperate with a certain amount of colleagues or municipalities, and for other type of services, you need to cooperate with regional, with other locals, etc. And also to attract like private and public investment and agreements and partnership also with people. One of the important things, like to introduce public participation to identify the fragility of the territory, but also the culture that is there, that nobody can see it from the GIS layers. And we need also the knowledge of the local people to address and to introduce the fragile aspects of the territory, because they know.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And our last but not least presenter today is Ms. Leila Hussein-Lee, who is coming from the International Finance Corporation, who is an expert in sustainable finance. And the floor is yours, and I'm really happy to hear your perspective on the sustainable financing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I like how Thea said that if there is a will, there is a way, right? So I see all people gathering here and before 2 days in Karabakh, and I think that the will is there. So we at IFC, working with the private market, being part of the World Bank Group, are only supporting these initiatives, like we supported the PPP projects on the South, and cooperation agreement signed recently on the investment forum with the Minister of Economy is also justifying our efforts toward this way. But what I wanted to highlight maybe is that there are a few cornerstones of why really people, community, private sector, public sector needs it. And when it comes to the public sector, I see that we do have these commitments, be it climate commitments, energy efficiency commitments that our government took. And they're strictly following all the international best practices in order to achieve these commitments. But an important thing is to deliver the message to the real end users, like owners of the buildings, residents, tenants, businesses, that switching and transferring from our conventional buildings and living to a sustainable one is an importance, is something inevitable that we will face and we will need to do. So starting now and starting earlier means being prepared better. So what we have come up with at IFC is like having more than 50 green building certificates worldwide. We still saw a need to develop one that suits the needs of emerging markets. And why it suits better? Because first, it is aligned to the national benchmarks. So you will go to our EDGE system, and this is not, when I say system, this is not just a certificate. This is also a free of charge web platform and a tool that both developers, construction companies can use, but also important banks, financiers, and creditors can utilize this tool in order to understand whether the project, the building they're trying to finance is green. And the beauty of it, that it is also aligned to the national green taxonomies. And you probably know that we have adopted one 2 years ago, last year, sorry, it was adopted during COP. The criteria that we have in this green taxonomy are also mentioning EDGE as one of the certifications eligible for green investments in build sector. So my message today would be, let's raise this awareness. Let's show what are the benefits to the end users, be it lower costs of utilities at the end of the month. Let's show the benefits to the developers and financiers, that they will have faster sales, that they will have higher occupancy, that they will have higher asset value of these buildings. And let's communicate, coordinate all around, BD, BRD, ADB, IFC, everyone. So we need to cooperate and find the smart solutions to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your presentation, Ms. Husseini. And just little small kind of the provocative question, if I'm allowed, right? Okay, I'm a consumer and I'm buying the house, or I'm buying this certain type of the apartment in the flat. My first interest is to make it as cheap as possible for myself, technically. The construction companies also really interested to make it as, to make a high margin on the profit and so on. Why should we go for the green buildings? Can you persuade me that why should I build, either as a consumer or as a constructor? Why should I construct? Because energy prices in Azerbaijan is comparatively low, whether it's a gas, whether electricity. Now you're offering me to build a building that's going to cost me higher.
Yes, definitely.
And in the long run, yes, I will win. But I'm thinking about in the next 5 years, before my wife forcing me to buy another apartment. But anyway, why should I go for the green building?
There are numerous surveys, and thank you for the question. I like the provocative ones. So there are numerous of surveys that actually show us that living in green buildings is better for health. It has higher performance indicators in terms of employees. People like to live, so this is just a nice part of it, right? But when we look at the utility costs in the long term, we can see that it actually gives a return. And the return is very fast. It comes with 3 to 5 years. For EDGE certifications, we have an average global of 3 years, but it depends on the country, of course. And the energy prices will not stay stable this way in Azerbaijan, and we see it happening. So probably my answer to the end user would be, if you are smart enough to understand that things are changing rapidly, you will take the step now. For the developers, of course, it's much higher to take this step and to go to certification or building with green materials that do not exist in a country today, right? So we do not produce, we mostly import all these materials. So what should be posing these companies to switch? So, and here where the government comes with the incentives in terms of differentiated finance, or promoting green mortgage products through the funds, etc., and also maybe applying some bonuses in terms of density, in terms of height. That is a huge difference for developers, right? So the developer that will understand that he can get, like 2 floors extra than another one who is building conventional, of course he will move this way. And I think that these all synergies and cooperation between public, private, and transmitting again this message to the end user will make this happen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Stanley. Really appreciate it. And by this final message, I want to just kind of invite all of us to give a big applause for our panelist members. Thank you very much for your presentations, and we really hope to see you at some time, I think in May, for our World Urban Habitat Forum. So just welcome to come back. And I'm just going back to our master ceremony, who is going to just introduce our next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Anar Malim and our distinguished panelists. Another fascinating session. Thanks to all. Okay, the final session of not just today, but also the entire event is coming up before the chairman delivers his closing remarks. Panel session 10 is entitled Fostering Intersectoral Partnerships for an Equitable and Green Urban Future. And here to moderate that discussion is Ms. Ramola Sanyal, Associate Professor of Urban Geography from the London School of Economics and Political Science.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here till the very, very end. I realize that our panel is standing between you and lunch and potential departures, so we will keep it as succinct as possible. As mentioned, our panel today is titled Fostering Intersectoral Partnerships for an Equitable and Green Urban Future. And I would like to invite our speakers up to the podium at this time. Selahattin Nurbediev, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the Economic Cooperation Organization. Maher Aliyev, who is the Regional Coordinator of the United Nations Environment Program. Heidi Shalabi, who represents the National Organization of Urban Harmony and is also with the Ministry of Culture in Egypt. And Leonardo Cavalli, who is the co-founder and managing partner of OneWorks. Thank you all. I'm going to begin this panel with Mr. Selahattin Nurbediev and his presentation on bridging continents, connecting strategic and multimodal transportation and logistics hubs that drive regional socioeconomic growth, unlocking the Middle Corridor's promise. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to thank the government of Azerbaijan, as in particular the State Committee on Urban Planning and Architecture of the Republic of Azerbaijan for the excellent organizing of this event and warm hospitality extended to us. Actually, it's the last 2 days. We had a very interesting session in Khankendi, in the beautiful city of the Khankendi. Just recently, in the beginning of July, I think it's the Azerbaijan hosted the SCUPA summit. Actually, it's a whole week was devoted to the issue activities, and we organized the youth forum, women's forum, and the business forum in Shusha, Agdam, and beautiful Latin cities. So now we were yesterday witnessing how, I mean, the Khankendi, it's rapidly developing. So today I will talk about the bridging continents and the connecting strategic and multimodal transportation and logistics hubs that drive regional social economic growth and unlock the Middle Corridor's promise. For the sake of the time, I will now focus on the 3 main areas. The first one is the connectivity, and the second is technology, and the third one is sustainability in the context of the Middle Corridor. In today's globalized world, the connectivity defines the competitiveness. Efficient transportation and logistics systems form the backbone of the economic growth and regional integration. They make it possible to move goods and people, reduce trade costs, attract investment, and open new markets. However, the connectivity is not only about the building physical infrastructure, such as roads, railways, or ports. It is also about connecting economies, communities, and ideas. Connectivity is about giving landlocked countries access to global markets and creating opportunities for local communities to participate in regional and international trade. The middle corridors, which connects Asia and Europe through the territories of the issuer member states, stands at the heart of this vision. It's a vital bridge between continents that links markets, fosters cooperation, and supports sustainable development. The middle corridor is more than just a trade route. It is an engine for economic growth and the regional partnership. Recent global challenges have demonstrated the importance of the diversification in trade and transport networks. Disruptions in global supply chains, geopolitical tensions, and climate-related risks have shown that reliance on the single route or system can create vulnerabilities. The middle corridor offers an alternative that is shorter, safer, and more sustainable. It enhances regional resilience and provides countries with new opportunities to connect with global markets. Along its path, it encourages the development of logistical centers, industrial zones, and service facilities that generate employment, promote innovation, and create long-term prosperity. For issuer member states, the middle corridor represents both a strategic opportunity and collective responsibility. It strengthens economic cooperation, deepens regional integration, and positions of our region as a vital hub in Eurasian trade. To unlock the full potential of the middle corridors, we must develop a fully integrated and multimodal transport system that connects railways, roads, air roads, and ports into one seamless network. We need to continue investing in modern and highly quality physical infrastructure, upgrading railway lines, expanding highways, improving border facilities, and modernizing ports along the Caspian Sea are all essential steps toward greater efficiency and capacity. Infrastructure alone cannot ensure smooth transport. We must also harmonize and simplify customs and border procedures. Efficient border management, digital documentation, and coordinated customs systems will reduce delays and make trade more predictable and cost-effective. We should also promote the establishment of the logistics hubs and dry ports along the corridor. These facilities can provide value-added services such as packaging, warehousing, and the processing while creating jobs and supporting local economies. In addition, governments should encourage public-private partnerships to mobilize investment, share risks, and ensure that projects are managed efficiently, transparently, and sustainably. Sustainability must remain a central principle in all our actions. Technology is playing a transformative role in transport and logistics. Digital platforms, AI, and the smart management systems can make trade faster, safer, and more transparent. Several issuer member states have already started implementing digital solutions in customs management, cargo tracking, and trade facilitation. These efforts are making a real difference. However, technology must be used responsibly and inclusively. All countries should have equal access to digital tools, and all people should benefit from innovation. We must invest in education, training, and capacity building. We should help our transport professionals, custom officers, and policymakers acquire the skills needed to manage modern transport systems effectively. This will ensure that technology becomes a tool for inclusion, not exclusion. The Economic Cooperation Organization places connectivity and transport development at the core of its regional agenda. Through our collective frameworks and strategies, we aim to transform our region into a connected, competitive, and sustainable economic area. Our key initiatives, including the Eco-Transit Transport Framework Agreement and the Eco-Vision 2025, provide a clear roadmap for strengthening regional transport and trade. These frameworks guide our work in harmonizing policies, improving infrastructure, and promoting cross-border cooperation. We are also implementing several important regional projects, such as ISUA rail and road corridors, the Caspian Sea transport linkages, which together form the backbone of the middle corridors. In addition, ISUA countries to work closely with international partners, including Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Islamic Development Bank, and the International Road Transportation Union, and the United Nations SCUPA, to mobilize financing, technical expertise, and policy support for our connectivity goals. Now, the sustainability. Sustainability must remain at the heart of our efforts. The development of the Middle Corridor should support not only economic growth, but also environmental protection and social well-being. Green and sustainable transport systems can reduce carbon emissions, promote energy efficiency, and help our region meet its international climate commitments. The Middle Corridor holds immense promise. It has the potential to transform the SCUPA region into a central bridge between Asia and Europe, connecting markets, cultures, and the people. To realize this potential, we must continue to strengthen coordinating among the SCUPA member states, enhance the cooperation with international partners, and encourage private investment in key infrastructure projects. Our organization remains fully committed to this vision. We will continue to work with our member states and the partners to promote efficient transport systems, facilitate trade, and improve the livelihoods of our people. The challenges before us are significant, but our opportunities are even greater. Together, through partnership, innovation, and shared vision, we can unlock the full potential of the Middle Corridor. We can continue to bridge continents, connect economies, and build a future of peace, prosperity, and sustainable growth for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that fantastic intervention and looking at how we can think about transport as a way to bring together a region and to build cooperation between different communities and different countries as well. I'd like to invite the next speaker to the podium, Mr. Mahir Aliyev, who will be talking to us about the role of regional collaboration and intersectoral partnerships. Thank you.
Good day to you all. I don't know, I don't have the remote control. Does anybody have it? Does anybody have the remote control so I can switch the slides? Okay, thank you very much. I will be brief and I will actually be skipping through some of my slides because a lot has been said already during these 3 days. And what I've been asked to share with you was the role of regional collaboration. And since I'm representing UN Environment Program, clearly my angle is from the environmental point of view to speak about green cities and green planning and the role of the environment in it. But first of all, very quickly, why even partnership? Why do we need regional collaboration? We could give the task to one entity in one sector and make sure that this is done properly. This doesn't work, obviously, that way, because to achieve a real sustainable society, city, settlement, you need the cooperation of many players, but to organize them in clusters that's broadly taken is public, government, and private sector, because government sets up the roles, norms, and overall policy that needs to be accepted by the society at large, and that transformation, behavioral transformation, comes from the society. And for that to happen, the private sector, business, industries offer the solution. Therefore, the combination of the three results in a successful way forward. Now, when we talk about green urban planning, again, I will be skipping through some of my slides, but some very key messages I wanted to deliver today is that green does not automatically equal sustainable. That is important to understand, because we can see a lot of best efforts spent on greening our settlements, providing plantation and parks and trees and what have you, but sustainability comes from true planning and understanding what is the best for this particular setting of human habitat. Typical examples, I'll mention to you a few, where in places which has significant water scarcity, plants are planted which are not endemic, but that require a lot of water. So that is not sustainable, because if you have to use a lot of water to plant your trees, or your beautiful green mounds that you have created for aesthetic pleasure and for comfort of people, will require a lot of resources. So proper planning could offer probably alternatives of endemic species of trees that do not require that much water, or any other solutions that are more sustainable. Another example could be, for example, for residents of Baku and its surrounding, the natural landscapes that used to be sand dunes now give way to more and more green parks and green zones, which are obviously beautiful, but the preservation of that sand dune, and with that comes the preservation of some plant species and natural behavioral habitat, behavioral patterns of people is disturbed when it's not put in proper planning. Now, sustainable cities and landscapes is a very important concept, and here where we move actually into the issue of regional cooperation. Why it is important? Because when we talk about building a beautiful, sustainable city, smart city, green city, whichever way you call it, you're talking about creating a unit that has to be harmonized with the rest of the environment, with the ecosystem. Because the landscape, the city is a part of the landscape. If you look at any city of Baku, where we are right now, you see a lot of built infrastructures, a lot of concrete, a lot of steel, a lot of glass, etc., a lot of buildings, walls and roofs. But this is also part of the landscape. And if you use it sustainably, if you use it smartly, then all of these roofs could turn into plantation sites, for example, for recreation, for small agricultural activity, for carbon sequestration. Your walls and balconies of your buildings become part of the overall landscape that is setting up the proper, sustainable, harmonized way of living with your environment. And here I'm moving to the main point of my presentation, regional cooperation, why it's important. Because region means that by building one particular unit in one place, you're affecting the environment at large, which does not recognize your boundaries and requires harmonized cooperation. You need to build this cooperation. You depend on other human settlements in the region, even across borders, and you affect others and you are affected by them. So this concept is very important in planning your urban settlement, and therefore the partnership that I spoke about in my first slide, the governments play a very important role here by setting up the norms and frameworks, not only at the national level, but also reaching out to the transboundary cooperation and to setting up frameworks for regional cooperation and regional development in harmony. Here I would like to come to the particular role Azerbaijan has to play due to the facts of life that we're going through. The enormous task that Azerbaijan is facing in terms of rebuilding, rehabilitating a huge piece of land, which is comparable to a number of small European states taken individually, is a massive undertaking, and we have been able to witness some of that during the past 2 days of our visit to Karabakh. This is a unique opportunity because there are many places in the world where green, smart technologies are being applied to cities and settlements that already exist. Usually these are settlements of the so-called developed world, industrially developed world, that can afford measures to improve their technological sustainable development of their cities. But these are already built infrastructures, and the most can be expected there is the retrofitting of what already exists. There are many places in the world which are in desperate need of development from scratch, from development of new modern human settlements, but the financial means and political will are not there to think about proper planning as opposed to immediate satisfaction of the mundane needs of today. But here there's an opportunity where there's a political will coming from the government. There is already behavioral transformation that we observe in the society, and there is technological response and solutions offered to create models of sustainable cities and villages that can be exported and multiplied in scale in other places where it's so badly needed. And here I want to specifically focus on some examples that are already uniquely available in sorry, that is my next point. Some technologies that, for example, in Zangilan, yesterday we were listening to the presentation where the energy efficiency and the energy solution has been offered through a very interesting, and it's not unique, but quite a rare technology of small hydropower plants using Archimedean screws, which is the technology that was invented by Archimedes himself back in its time. And it's still applicable and enormously sustainable because it's biodiversity friendly, and it allows to install hydropower, small hydropower system, which is considered one of the cleanest ways of energy production. And that experience can be multiplied in the South Caucasus and in many other places in the world. These are elements of smart and sustainable development that can be scaled in the region and offer great opportunities for regional leadership. I want to come now to another important regional issue, is the Caspian Sea and the adaptation to the climatic impact that the Caspian region is sustaining, specifically the drastic reduction of the sea level. As you know, this is a problem that concerns 5 Caspian littoral states, but also the entire planet, because what happened to the Aral Sea, for example, is felt today in far stretches of Western Europe, where in Scandinavia, Norway, Finland, other places in North Europe, particles in the air show substances that are carried by winds from the Aral Sea and those regions. All these sandstorms that this region, this country and other countries in the neighborhoods are subjected to from time to time come from different landscapes of far places, far from this region, but are carried through the environment. So that's why Azerbaijan in particular has a unique role to play by offering its development opportunities and knowledge that and know-how that is being built here to build coastal adaptation systems and planning, most importantly, planning for sustainable adaptation to changing environment and declining sea level in the entire Caspian region. And what is very important is the creation of the coalition of sustainable cities that is happening in this region, because every country in this region is coming up with certain initiatives. There's a sustainable city built in Turkmenistan and other initiatives in Georgia that we're aware of, and many others that I may not come to mind right now, but building such a coalition is another element of a very important regional work that governments need to be carrying out, and I hope that this message comes across, and it's also being probably considered by the government of this country and many other countries in this region. So this way, I'm finishing already. I just wanted to, as I said, briefly go through these key messages to suggest that we are on a very exciting path here to show to the world what's being done, and the forthcoming World Urban Forum will be an opportunity for us to capitalize on these messages, on these lessons learned, and offer it to the world as ready to use or half ready to use at least systems and guidances that will help to bring this world to a better place. Thank you very much.
No. Thank you so much for that very interesting intervention again, and raising the point that these environmental challenges don't necessarily, well, they don't respect borders, and so it's really important to have those trans-region and trans-boundary collaborations, and to think about, how projects that are implemented in one place can impact something elsewhere. So we do need to think about this in quite a holistic way. Thank you very much for that. And I would now like to invite our next speaker to the podium, please, Professor Heidi Shalabi, who will be talking to us about the revitalization of Shali's context, balancing heritage identity and climate challenges in Siwa, Egypt. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to send my warm regards to SCUPA for such amazing organization and such amazing forum, and good luck with WOF 13. My contribution today will be about the revitalization of the surrounding of Shali Castle in Egypt, and it's located in the middle of the desert. So first of all, I am working, I'm a professor of urban conservation, and I'm also working at an organization called the Urban Harmony, which is located in or working under the umbrella of the Ministry of Culture. So we called it Nuh, and the Nuh vision is restoring the civilized phase of the Egyptian urbanism and achieving aesthetic values in the built environment for all the urban settlement in Egypt. We share the responsibility of the heritage urban values with the Ministry of Antiquities. So as you see in this slide, the University of Antiquities take care about the building, all the old historic buildings, and the buffer zone of the building. But the rest of the urban fabric, we take care about that. So we put regulation for the heritage urban areas, especially built regulations, to keep it as much as we can preserved, and also to allow the urban development to be in the area, especially in the valuable areas in the cities like the downtown Cairo and downtown Alexandria. But today I will present for you another experience for our organization, which is enhancement for the building surrounding Shali Castle, which is a fortress city in the middle of the Western Desert. And as you see here in the picture below, how it looks like. And it's built by a material called Karshif, which is the local material for this area. And it's very important for us because it represents the culture for the Amazigh, which are the original inhabited for the North Africa. So after the Ministry of Antiquities finished the preservation of the castle, we work with the community to reshape their buildings. First of all, to be more economically friendly and to adapt the climate change that we face. So when we start the first survey for the surrounding of the built environment, we found a lot of architecture pattern that has been there. Started with the immigrant from the Nile Valley to go to Siwa, to live there and work with the tourism, especially the environmental tourism. That Siwa is very famous about, the desert tourism and the ecologists and the environmental tourism in different aspects. So as you see, they invent with them the balconies with the very wide windows, which is not adapted with the weather, very hot and dusty weather in Siwa. With the local community, we learn for them some motifs, some local motifs that they use it in their broderie and their dresses and their culture. And we use it to invent or to make a collection for the urban street collection for different ways. And also we worked with them to make the urban design for the main space in front of the castle. And as you see, they have a very high plantation of the palm trees, and also Siwa very famous about the olive trees and the palm trees. And with the design, with the participation of the community, we didn't remove none of the trees, and the palm trees or the olive trees, but we added more to the space. So when we start working with them, we found the main market in front of the Heritage Castle looks like that. So we work with them in many proposals to invent them, to participate with us, to use the old material that they have already, which is the karshif. The karshif is solid salt stones that we found that surround the salt lakes there. They mix it with a mortar and they use it as like mud bricks or the mud buildings construction. Most of them are like bearing walls, but they asked us first of all to give them the quality of life for the 21st century for the inside of the buildings. So they built most of the building by skeleton structure, by concrete, but we worked with them to find a way to plaster the outside of the facade with the karshif material. We did with them many trials to change that we have first in the environment surrounding of the chalet from this to this. So we narrow mainly the wide windows, and we plastered the buildings with karshif, and also we worked with them to enhance how their shops looks like. We added more wooden elements outside the shops because they always asked that they want to hang their goods outside to attract more people to buy for them, and this is our culture and we respect that. So we worked with them for that. After the implementation of the project, we started to make some calculations about the temperature inside and outside the buildings, and we succeed to reduce the temperature for like an average from 8 to 12 degrees after we plastered the outside facade with the karshif. And also we did some workshops and enhancement for the youth there to know how to work with this building material. And so after we're working from Egypt, from Cairo, and this place is like 9 hours driving from the capital, so it's very far to maintain the project. So we train the youth there to take care about their built environment, the new built environment, and enhance it, and also to make any maintenance that will be necessary in the future. After we finished the project, we found that also the number of tourism are increased in this area. The main problem was when they visit the very lovely old castle and they start to take a picture from the castle, the built environment wasn't that nice at that time. In addition to, it was not resistant for the climate change aspect. So the lesson I want to share with you, the last thoughts about the lessons that we learned from this experience. We learned that collaborating with the local communities and learning from their experience is the most effective way to adapt our buildings to the challenges of climate change while preserving our cultural heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you again for that fantastic presentation, and really emphasizing that relationship with the local community and highlighting the importance of community participation and the buy-in from the community, and really understanding how community feedback into a project can actually come in a very positive way and can help strengthen projects that are being done at the moment. So thank you very much for that. We are on to our final presentation for today, and I'd like to invite Mr. Leonardo Cavalli to come and talk to us about rebuilding the soul of a city, designing urban spaces with cultural significance.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful conference. And being the last of the lasts, I will try and be very short. If you could maybe put on my presentation, I will take you through very briefly across an exercise that we have done. I can't see, don't know whether I have to push any button to get the presentation on the screen. Green one. All right, thank you. There's two green buttons. Right. Okay, I think I've gone. Just a couple of words about who we are before getting into the projects I brought and I wish to bring to your attention. We are architects and designers, and we are based in 5 different locations, 3 in Italy, Milan, Venice, and Rome, and then the UK, London, and Dubai in Emirates. And what we do, we are architects and planners dealing with master planning, architecture, and architecture for transport. Having said that, I thought I would bring to your attention a project we are developing together with the UNEC in Ukraine, in the city of Mykolaiv. I thought it was of some meaning being in Azerbaijan and having visited Karabakh, as you all know, has been affected by the war. And we were appointed, together with a larger team, which you can see on the screen now, by UNEC, which is a UN organization dealing with European urban development, and strictly in contact with the city of Mykolaiv and the planning offices of Mykolaiv, and which were actually, we were quite impressed by the amount of information the city of Mykolaiv was able to provide us while developing first the analysis and the understanding of the site, and eventually starting to define the strategy for the future reconstruction of the city. You see on the screen now the mapping of the damage assessment the city did after the bombing of the city, but this weren't the only informations we were able to gather through their data, but also we were able to understand better how the city works. And interestingly enough, as you can see from the screen, 2/3 of the land of the city is actually water or green areas, which is quite impressive as a percentage, and for us inspiring for eventually define a strategy for a reconstruction. It also needs to be said that accessibility to social services isn't of great quality at the moment. You see the red areas are the areas where accessibility to social infrastructure and public transport is pretty poor. This is mainly due to the informal developments and settlings that happened in the last 40 years. And was, again, one of the other topics that we thought was of some relevance while defining the strategy for the redevelopment. We also had the chance, together with the municipality and the other participants to the project, to actually run quite a large set of interviews trying to involve the community and the population in the definition of the needs, but not just the needs, the desires of their city or their city to be. And this is one of the examples of the different questions that were posed, the number of people responding, which were quite high, to be honest. So it was quite of an engagement from the population. And again, this was another base of the things that we've used to actually define the strategy. And of course, a request from the city, quite a general statement, which then was to be translated into a practical action. So what we did was to try and work on two different levels. We were part of this program set up by the UNEC, which is mainly dealing with two cities. We are working in Mykolaiv, another team is working in Kharkiv to try and understand whether it's possible to define some sort of planning guidelines, which would be then spread across the country for the reconstruction of all the cities which were somehow damaged by the war. We set up a kind of a two-step strategy. One is mainly related to the general strategy for the city, and then decided to work on three specific pilot projects to try and give practical responses to the general questions raised. Mykolaiv was a shipbuilding champion during the Soviet times. It was the place where the Black Sea fleet was built. And of course, this is an economy which is gone. What also happened during the war, that Mykolaiv was a town of about 500,000 people before the war. And they lost 40% of the population, which moved out. So there is also this big challenge of trying to understand how, through also the planning, we're able to convince people to actually come back to the city and build the new town. I think there's three, as a general strategy, and I'm mentioning now three of the topics, of the pillars of the project, which are mostly related to also climate resilience. We decided to leverage on the rivers. There's actually two rivers in Mykolaiv, and to try and make the transition from an industrial to a post-industrial town. The rivers were always seen as the backyard, the industrial backyard of the city, but now we need to open up the city to the river. Then the second pillar is to try and avoid new greenfield developments. So trying to maximize the use of existing built areas or areas which already carry some kind of infrastructure. And at the same time increase density. You've seen the map of the poor accessibility to social services and to public transport. We believe the density may help increase the accessibility for the whole population to those services. And the other thing is, although we have a great amount of green areas, there's no real green and blue network built yet. So that is the kind of a third pillar we introduced in our design. I'm now taking quickly through a few images of what we are trying to do. This is an image of the river where actually the two rivers join, and as you may see, is full of industrial remains, which the idea is to transform them into new urban catalysts, giving them use, function, and meaning, and helping the city to actually talk to the water and the river. So making the river really the center of the city, whereas it's always been the kind of the backyard of the city. This is another example, is of course, these are kind of simulations of possible transformations of the different bits. So this is really focusing on the river. Then, as an example of those informal developments, we took the area north of the river, trying to show how we could go from a kind of semi-urbanized, partially informal development into a city which is built of superblocks and higher density, but at the same time showing an approach to the landscape which is somehow puts together our green network with the blue network. And this is an image on how the density can be reached along the river and producing also quality public spaces, which is also one of the topics which was raised by the residents of the cities. And finally, introducing the idea of catalysts. Catalysts, what we mean with catalyst is that together with superblocks, we believe that among the fabric of the city, you need some kind of catalysts which are make special places or special buildings, hosting events which may be for the community, for the city, or even for the region at large, because Mykolaiv is a city of national relevance, and those catalysts will help defining the new character and bring back the identity of the town. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that great presentation and getting us to think about how the urban fabric can be sort of rebuilt and redeveloped in ways that can bring communities together and create new kinds of spaces and new kinds of infrastructure that may not have been thought about before. Thank you very much to all the panelists for their interventions. I have been, again, asked to keep this short and sweet because I'm standing between everybody's lunch and the final speaker. So I just wanted to say that I think one of the things that all the presentations brought together really well was this idea of thinking about collaboration and participation and thinking about scales at which that occurs. I suppose the question that I would ask all my panelists to think about, not necessarily to respond because we are now going to move on to the final speaker, is to think about how these endeavors can be sustained in the long run and to think about the kinds of projects that you engage with at the present moment and how that feeds into how you think about interventions going forward. So what lessons do you learn from what you do now, and how do you take that forward into other interventions that you do in the future that will also be sustainable? And what do you learn in terms of the mistakes or the challenges with participation, and again, the scales at which that occurs and the texture of that participation as well. So again, thank you very much for your interventions, and I'm sure you'll all join me in thanking the panelists for this final session.
Well, thank you very much, Rumala Hanum, for a beautifully moderated session full of insights and fascinating points, like all the sessions we've had over the last 3 days. I still find it amazing that Mr. Cavalli is not English. The accent is more English than mine. Thank you very much indeed. Fantastic session. Before we hand over to the chairman, I wanted to do two things. The job of a good MC is to not go on and on and on telling your stories, but is to serve as a link between the experts. However, I did just want to ask for your indulgence just for 10 seconds to say a heartfelt thank you to SCUPA and to all of you for allowing both me at A News and colleagues from Euronews, AzTV, and all the other channels in. I know it is not always incredibly comfortable when you're sat there enjoying a presentation and a giant photo lens appears from behind you, particularly our visiting dignitaries. I know at times when you come and sit down, there's a huge scrum that comes around. It is much appreciated that you're tolerant of that. It helps us do our bit, which is to tell these stories to a much wider audience. So I thank you very much on behalf of all of us for that. And just before we hear from the chairman, there's a very, very small technical note that Gulshan Hanım from our organising team is just going to quickly run you through.
Again, good afternoon to everyone. I will be very quick. Inspired by the messages and insights from all the sessions of the respective speakers, the organizing team comprised of the State Committee on Urban Planning and Architecture and UN Habitat drafted a document, a call to action document, which incorporates those messages that you raised and discussed and made messages and recommendations. I'll not take your time, so the call to action is still a draft. It will be posted on the nufa.us website for your feedbacks. Once we receive all the feedbacks, then the document will be finalized and shared with everyone, and then that will be kind of action plan for us. Just I want in 2 minutes to highlight the major actions into your attention. We participants of the Third National Urban Forum call upon the national and subnational stakeholders to integrate climate resilience into urban planning and investment decisions, promote healthy and livable cities by improving air quality, expanding green and blue networks, accelerate the development of a national urban policy, strengthen local capacities, empower local and regional governments, ensure no one and no place is left behind. We call upon regional and international partners to support the development of regional cooperation frameworks that enable knowledge exchange and joint action on resilient and healthy urban development, facilitate technology transfer and innovation, particularly in climate-smart construction, renewable energy, circular economy, and sustainable mobility, align development assistance and financing, strengthen partnerships to integrate health, housing, and climate objectives in urban policy frameworks and investments. So we commit all participants to advancing the outcomes of the Third National Urban Forum of Azerbaijan into preparatory process of the WUF 13, World Urban Forum 13, contributing to the global dialogue on climate resilience and healthy urban futures, strengthening coordination and collaboration among government institutions, cities, and communities, academia, and civil society to advance the implementation of the new urban agenda and SDGs 11, developing demonstration projects that showcase climate-resilient neighborhoods and healthy living environments to serve as replicable models for the region. So, dear participants, it will be posted on the NUFA immediately after the event, and we will much appreciate and welcome your feedbacks on the document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gulshan Hanım. Well, there is nothing left to do other than introduce the boss for a few final closing remarks before dinner. So please welcome to the stage the chairman of the State Committee on Urban Planning and Architecture of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Anar Galiyev.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to close the Third National Urban Forum of Azerbaijan, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all participants, representatives of national and local authorities, international organizations, experts, partners, for your valuable contributions and active engagement over these 3 days. It is remarkable that during the session in Khankendi and Baku, the forum brought together over 1,000 participants, both online and offline, from 65 countries, including Azerbaijan. The opening session alone saw 600 participants joining online. And over 3 days, the forum recorded more than 1,200 YouTube views. These numbers reflect not only the broad interest in our discussion, but also global relevance of our shared agenda, demonstrating that pursuit of climate-resilient and healthy cities resonates far beyond our national border. Under the theme towards climate resilient and healthy cities, harnessing regional partnership and innovative solutions, our discussions in Khankendi and Baku have reaffirmed the fundamental truth. Building sustainable and inclusive cities requires more than good policies or strong infrastructure. It demands shared vision, cooperation across sectors, and a readiness to innovate. Over these days, we have seen how ideas from different disciplines, regions, and experiences can converge into a common goal, creating urban spaces that are not only livable but resilient, equitable, and adaptive to changing climate. Each session on each day of the NUFA touched on very critical topics and discussed the solutions to the challenges that the cities are globally facing, incorporating various dimensions of the urban context, social, economic, cultural, with preservation of heritage and nature. It was especially valuable to hear experiences and best practices from a diverse range of countries, including Turkey, Uzbekistan, Latvia, Georgia, China, Marrakesh, Vietnam, South Korea, Maldives, Spain, and many others. These insights highlighted how different contexts address challenges such as sustainable urban planning, climate resilience, inclusive housing, and heritage preservation, providing inspiration and practical lessons that can inform regional cooperation and innovative solutions. We were pleased to have another important opportunity to share Azerbaijan's post-conflict recovery model and present our work on building an inclusive, green, and sustainable future for Karabakh. Today, ambitious reconstruction efforts are underway across the liberated territories of Karabakh and East Zangezur, creating safe, resilient, and livable environments. Guided by principle of building back better, this recovery is seen not only as a path to restoring communities, but also as an opportunity to create vibrant, resilient, and sustainable urban spaces, setting a benchmark for future development across the region. The presentations during the sessions highlighted that developing a clear and memorable vision is critical to ensuring sustainable and long-term outcomes. Heritage-sensitive master planning, innovative design approaches, and locally driven development serve as the foundation for social cohesion, economic renewal, and resilient cities, demonstrating how thoughtful urban reconstruction can transform both communities and the broader region. Azerbaijan's comprehensive and long-term vision for the restoration of Karabakh and East Zangezur and the investments in rebuilding these territories are designed not only to meet the needs of today, but to secure a bright and sustainable future for generations to come. Another important topic that I would like to highlight is the creation of urban-rural linkages to promote socio-economic growth, territorial equity, and environmental sustainability. Aligning policy with local actions and adopting evidence-based approaches for inclusive growth, integrated spatial planning, and territorial governance are critical to unlocking the potential of secondary cities. The conversation on integrated territorial governance reminded us that sustainable development must begin with an understanding of place, its geography, culture, and identity. Cities thrive when planning aligns with natural landscapes, heritage, and local needs. Strengthening secondary cities and regions is an equally vital part of this process, helping distribute opportunities and promote balanced national development. Housing emerged as a central theme linking economic stability, social well-being, and environmental sustainability. The topic is aligned with the theme of 13th session of World Urban Forum, Housing the World, Safe and Resilient Cities and Communities. As NUFA participants also emphasized, housing is not only about providing shelter, it is about ensuring health, dignity, and inclusion for all. Affordable and quality housing lies at the heart of resilient communities, fostering social cohesion and economic opportunity. A combination of land and housing policies can effectively mitigate the urban housing affordability crisis. By embracing innovation, transparency, and digitalization, Cities can make housing systems more equitable and efficient, while partnerships between the public and private sectors create the financial and technical capacity to deliver results at scale. Finance and innovation were central to our discussions as well. As emphasized by the participants, climate resilience and livability depend on more than building infrastructure. They require sustainable service delivery and effective resource mobilization. Creative financial instruments and public-private partnerships grounded in transparency can drive green mobility, energy efficiency, and digital transformation, key elements of the climate-resilient city of the future. Data and technology also played a prominent role in the forum discussions. Digital tools and artificial intelligence are transforming how cities are planned, managed, and experienced. Data-driven decision-making allows policymakers to connect macro strategies with local realities, making urban planning more inclusive, transparent, and evidence-based. Culture, heritage, and community were equally prominent themes. Resilience begins with identity. Revitalizing heritage areas, using traditional materials, and celebrating local wisdom bridge the past with the future, showing that progress and preservation can coexist. Today we discussed one of the core challenges related to climate change. Climate change knows no border, and neither should our responses. Empowering local governments, harmonizing policies, and mobilizing activity and health become quite critical issues. The concept of the caring city, discussed at the NUFA, emphasized that urban development must prioritize well-being, ensuring that women, men, youth, older persons, and people with disabilities all have equal access to opportunities and public spaces. Accessibility is not an afterthought. It is a measure of justice and equality. The idea of health-centered planning reminds us that a truly resilient city is one that nurtures both its people and its environment. An especially compelling theme discussing during the forum was planning by data, exploring how novel data sources can revolutionize the way we plan and manage our cities. Data-driven planning operates across all scales, from strategic urban frameworks to detailed design decisions, effectively linking macro-level vision with micro-level evidence. Engagement of cities and youth has significantly increased the forum's outreach. Hearing directly from city representatives and young people provided critical perspectives, ensuring that discussions reflect the real needs, aspirations, and experiences of urban communities. The voices of cities and youth are essential. They remind us that sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development must be grounded in local realities and shaped by generations who will inherit these urban spaces. Across all these themes, planning, housing, finance, culture, technology, climate, and health, one thread binds them together: partnership. Every successful urban transformation depends on collaboration between institutions, sectors, regions, and citizens. Regional partnerships amplify local solutions, turning isolated success into collective progress. Innovation, when shaped, multiplies impact, and dialogue, when sustained, turns ideas into enduring actions. Dear colleagues, I hope that during your stay you enjoyed the unique experiences Baku, Khankendi, and beautiful Shusha. Visiting these places, seeing their rich culture, heritage, and reconstruction efforts firsthand brings the discussion of this forum to life. Karabakh University in Khankendi, with its unique and inspiring campus, stands as a brilliant example of investing in the future, creating not just a learning environment, but a foundation for knowledge, innovation, and sustainable development in the region. The insights shared over these 3 days have shown that the road towards climate resilient and healthy cities is both challenging and inspiring. It requires us to rethink how we plan, build, finance, and govern our cities. But above all, it calls on us to act together, to connect our efforts, learn from one another, and embrace innovation as means to inclusion and sustainability. As we conclude this third National Urban Forum, we take pride in having advanced not only a national, but also regional and global conversation on the future of our cities. The vision that emerged here of cities that are safe, inclusive, and sustainable is actionable, beginning with the partnerships forged during this forum. Let us carry forward this spirit as we prepare for the 13th World Urban Forum in Baku in May 26. Continuing this journey together, transforming shared aspirations into tangible outcomes for cities, people, and the planet. Together we can build a future where every city is climate resilient, every community is healthy, and every citizen has a place in the urban story we are creating. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our final lunch. Can I please ask everybody to double check that you've picked up all of your possessions, because this will be the last time we'll be able to be in this room. We thank you very much indeed.